And welcome back, Lake Erie Speedway. Make sure you guys are on your feet and paying attention to the racetrack for our Great Lakes Pro-Am Round 3 Top 32 coming up here shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be prepared for our upcoming Canadian and national anthems to be played here at the Speedway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get back into it, just a quick announcement here. There might or might not be some weather rolling in here on the Speedway, so we are going to omit the driver's announcements part of the live stream and go straight into battles here so we can hopefully get through it without getting too terribly wet.
I got to tell you, if it does rain out here, Zach, I know at least one driver out there that is going to benefit from being underpowered.
All right, coming out now onto the track, you can see Musienko coming from Toronto, Ontario. Sponsored by TSH Auto, FCP Euro, Liqui Moly, and DND Performance. He will be battling Jeff Clark from Charlottetown, Michigan. Musienko, no stranger here to the series at the Speedway, always a top contender. Jeff Clark still getting his feet wet here. Hopefully it goes well for him. I'm excited. You always like to see people do well.
I'm not going to be here and say that Jeff Clark is an underdog, but he does not have the same amount of driving experience that Andrei Musienko has for sure. So I hope that he can hang with him.
You can see there on the screen Andrei Musienko in that Audi powered by the VR6 Turbo. And it looks like someone has hit some cones, so we're going to restart. Good time to bring this up. There is a system on starts in professional drifting and competition drifting as a whole, where as you leave the line, if you hit a cone, we have to restart it. The lines are set up as a chicane to prevent a straight line drag race to the first turn. So it gives the chase driver a second to kind of make up some ground there. And the rules are 3 strikes and you are out, you forfeit your run. That is also, there are rules stipulating when the light is off, you have to leave the line. I believe it's 2 seconds. The chase driver, however, can jump the light in an effort to make up some ground on the lead driver.
Yeah, we saw that big time when Elliot was chasing Chad. He got at least a car and a half in front of him.
All right, going to restart, and hopefully we get a clean one here. And it looks like we do. No cones hit. Andrei going to lead the way on Jeff Clark. Andrei pulling a big gap. Jeff cutting the line, trying to make up some ground. Cannot state how fast Andrei Musienko's car is in drift. It absolutely hauls the mail. You can see very, very nice transition there to get out to that touch and go. Jeff cutting the line a little bit, trying to make up some ground. Andrei fills all of that outside zone now, gets all the way into that inner clip as they come out now back to the touch and go. Jeff still staying pretty shallow there in the chase, trying to make up some ground. Andrei, maybe even a little bit of a straighten there through transition, but ultimately does end up filling all of that final outside zone, and you can hear Jeff just beating on the Mustang, trying to make up some ground there to finish it out.
And Andrei with that VR6, man, that thing is backfiring here on the outside zone 1. It's rattling the windows on his way through.
Yeah, that is a very, very cool car, just the way it's built and designed as a whole. VR6 turbo power under the hood of an Audi RS5, full carbon Kevlar body. I mean, everything that can be done is done. And I mean, that's kind of the dichotomy here. As you see these cars come out onto the track, you have Andrei in what is a very well, very, very built car competing with Jeff Clark, who came through tech and almost has a full interior in that car. So.
Yeah, it's almost like a grassroots car and a Pro-Am car going against each other. And like I was saying, Jeff Clark's in no way, shape, or form really an underdog, but just based off of the experience level, Andrei is obviously very comfortable in that car. Jeff is, I think this is Jeff's third time being here. This is his 3rd round here, first year competing. There is a difference in the driving styles for sure. But as you can see here, lights are up, lights are out. Jeff leading Andrei. Andrei staying right with him, not really giving him a big entry. Jeff with a big weight transfer initiation, maybe 1-2 setups into that outer zone 1. Andrei's keeping about a car and a half, scaling into about a half a car. Jeff trying to push all that momentum towards the touch and go to carry himself into that keyhole. Slowing down in the keyhole, maybe 1 tire outside of that outer zone 2, just outside of inner clip 1, back through the touch and go. Andrei with a big correction, shutting it down early, big clutch kick, trying to catch back up. Jeff carrying that momentum into outer zone 3. Staying floored. Andrei just standing on the throttle. Tons of smoke coming out of the back of that car across the finish line. I don't know what happened there, Zach. Did you see what happened with Andrei in the chase?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened to Andrei there in the chase, but I will say that if you see on the track, on the initiation, there's 3 lines that are 3, 2, and 1. You must be sliding before you get into that zone. And it looked to me like Jeff Clark might have still been opposite drift as he started that first zone. So that is, I don't want to say it's a 0 because ultimately it's up to the judges, but I think that would negate that run as a whole, and Andrei might actually be pretty okay coming out of this.
It's almost like, isn't there, like you need to have like a 2-step initiation, and like instead of a 1, 2, 3 initiate, it needs to be like a 1, 2 initiate. And I don't know if that could throw off Andrei, and Andrei maybe wasn't expecting it, because in practice I didn't see these two go against each other, so they're probably not familiar with each other's driving styles.
Yeah, and you, on initiation, you are allowed to make 2 movements. So you can transfer the weight to one side, throw it to the other. That is your initiation. You cannot 1, 2, 3. All right, and you have it. Unanimous decision. It is going to go to Andre Musienko. And while we were up here talking about that, that kind of 3-motion initiation, the judges had confirmed that you can indeed not do that. It has to be a 1-2, and the car is in drift. You are officially moving forward.
Coming to the line, we have Lake Erie's very own Ben Bruno. There's a very familiar voice up here in the booth, going against a tough competitor of Adam Bergner. Both of them LS-powered S chassis. Ben is in the S14, the white S14. Adam in the black S13. And Ben through the chicane. Big weight transfer initiation. Adam keeping in a good proximity. Ben a little bit shallow. Adam blowing the back bumper off in the outer zone 1. Ben just a touch shallow, maybe 1 tire in the outer zone 1. Carrying that momentum, transitioning through the touch and go. Adam staying about maybe 1.5, 2 cars out. Ben slowing down, putting both those tires into that keyhole position. Maybe 1 tire off in that inner clip with trying to speed up, get his proximity away from Adam. Carrying through the touch and go through that inner clip. Carrying a ton of speed into outer zone 3. Adam doing everything he can, standing on the throttle, trying to catch up in proximity. Ben hitting that inner clip across the finish line. It looked like Adam was struggling a little bit towards the end of the later part of that run there. I don't know if he's down on power or if it was just trying to shallow up or what happened, but let's see how Ben reciprocates that next run.
And while we take a look at the replay here, since we didn't get a chance to do opening ceremonies, I just want to give a shout out to these guys, sponsors for them, for Adam Bergner, Major League Tires, CB Glass, and Evolution Transport. For Ben Bruno, we have Pizza Boy Metalworks, Poor Richards Cuts, Bruno Creative Solutions, LLC, A-Rod Speed Shop, The Mad Lad, Solo Garage, No Name Performance, and Team Vacation. All right, we're going to switch them around, give Adam a chance to lead here and Ben a chance to chase. Ben being a friend of mine and Darren's that we've driven with a lot. I don't know a better way to say it, a ton. Ben is an extremely capable driver, very, very aggressive in chase, so really eager to see what he has for Adam Bergner. I know these two cars being a 4.8 LS in Adam's car and a 5.3 in LS in Ben's car, very, very comparable power plant, should be very comparable horsepower, speed, everything. And I know they're on essentially the same tire, so really, really eager to see what Ben can do here in the chase.
These two went against each other in practice, and it was a tight call even in practice. So I'm pretty excited to see how Ben's going to do in the chase here for sure.
Yeah, and Ben is definitely one of those guys who is either I'm going to win this or the car is officially expendable. So really eager to see
either
what happens.
He wins or the car's broken. It's fight or flight at this moment. Adam going through the chicane here, leading Ben Bruno into outer zone 1. Big weight transfer initiation. Ben trying to keep up on that proximity. Little shallow in the outer 1. Maybe 1 tire in the beginning of the zone, getting both tires towards the end of the zone. Ben playing catch up, trying to dive in as much as he can to keep up with Adam into the keyhole. Adam sailing it past into outer zone 2. Big choke up, big contact there with Ben in the rear part of Adam's car. Adam's car shutting it down. Hopefully there's no real big damage there. Ben carrying on through, just kind of moseying through the later part.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what happened to Adam. I know I heard the car kind of free rev. It went straight to limiter on him there, so not really sure if he maybe broke something or missed a gear maybe even. Something happened, but I know Ben is definitely not happy about that. He's put a lot of work into that car, making it look at least kind of half decent. He painted it up, put all the bumpers on, found a hood for it.
He spent so much time on this, and I know that a good friend of ours is another competitor here is Jordan Becker. Jordan Becker has put his heart and soul into that car and helping Ben, and Ben's been over there turning wrenches and putting blood, sweat, and tears into that thing. With a close-up here with our drone footage, you can see there's a significant amount of crunch into that driver door. But I mean, we're having Brian talk to Ben. Brian and Ben are both teammates with us here on Team Vacation, and it looks like Ben gave us the thumbs up, so hopefully he's rip roaring ready to go.
Yeah, and you can see on the other side there, Adam Bergner's trying to suss out what exactly went wrong, what the damage looks like on his car, as well as you can see the guys coming out to come pick him up with the truck. Just really unfortunate. I mean, you never want to see that happen, especially not in the first round. It's one thing if you're really, kind of pushing and fighting for the finals, but getting confirmation up here from the judges. I know that on the live stream you might or might not have caught it there, but Ben Bruno is going to take the win over Adam Bergner here and move forward in this top 32 bracket.
All right, so looking at your replay here, you'll see Adam on, he sails it a little bit deep into outer zone two, a big choke up here in the inner clip two, and Ben just kind of trying to play catch up there through that last inner clip, and they obviously put his driver door into the rear quarter panel of Adam, and our drone footage landed here on Ben's car in grid, and there's a significant amount of damage to the driver door. I mean, you got to find the silver lining here, right? So like, it didn't look like there was an area of suspension damage or anything that could cause Ben a problem going forward, and hopefully it's only cosmetic.
I mean, it always sucks to wreck your car, but at the same time, I mean, these are all fully caged cars, so we know that Ben is safe. He's going to be fine, and he'll get to move forward here tonight. And on the line there, you have Tom Snyder and Chad Anderson. Tom going to lead the way in the LS-powered FRS over Chad Anderson in the Coyote-powered E46. And contact on entry there. It looked like Tom Snyder was going for a weight transfer, and Chad maybe getting a little overzealous, just kind of drove into the back. Maybe Tom missed a gear or something.
Yeah, it looks like Chad might have a lot of damage up front here. It looks like one of the lights may be cracked. We see a little bit of parts out and towards outer zone one.
Talking to the guys up here in the booth, that was a red flagged start, so they were supposed to go back to the start line and try again. Chad is officially shut down on the track. Tom is going back into the pits probably to assess the damage to his car. And yeah, really unfortunate for both of these guys. Maybe not catching the flag there from Chad. Obviously, I mean, if you're following someone into initiation, you can't always see, especially with how close Chad was there. So,
boy, we are getting some entertainment up front in the early stages of our top 32 battles here. I mean, it is unfortunate. Look at the damage here. You can clearly see that the driver's side here of Chad's car is a little banged up, and I know Chad is very upset after this situation. He's put his time and soul into that car, and like I said earlier, we never want to see banged up drift cars, Hopefully, Chad, if you can hear us up here in the booth, we're hoping it's only cosmetic. We're glad that you're okay. You look like you're doing all right. Hopefully it's just cosmetic, and we can get you back out there to get this battle done with Tom.
yeah, and you can see Chad there kind of prying the hood open to see exactly what all is broken in his car and try and find a way for the guys to tow the car off the track for him.
Again, a big thank you here to our fire and safety team, making sure that these drivers are okay and hooking up their cars and flat towing them back to the pits in a timely fashion, so that way he can get his timeout if he needs to use it to get himself back out on track. While we wait here and Chad gets towed off track, we want to make a big thank you to our sponsors here: Pro Way Services, Formula Drift, ECU Master USA, Drift Paauw, and Distinct Drift.
Yeah, and kind of an unfortunate situation that didn't get to read through the drivers' cards there as I was doing earlier in the replays, but I still want to give a shout out to these guys' sponsors because, I mean, any help these guys get to work on these cars and put parts into these cars and just any representation they have is always a positive thing. So just going to run through them real quick for Chad Anderson, who you can see there on your screen. Dayco, Stable Energies, Billet Works, Tremec, Drift Maps, Four Winds Chimney, Chase Bays, 303 Car Care, and Staybill. And Chad's coming from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Harrisburg, is that down by Carlisle? Right? We used to travel down to Carlisle quite a bit when we would go to the import nationals down there.
On the other side of that battle, Tom Snyder coming from Fredonia, New York with the LS3 powered BRZ sponsored by Racelab Industries. All right, to the line right now is Casey Rodriguez going against Bradley Paauw. Casey's going to be leading Bradley. Bradley here is traveling across from a Waterford, Ontario. Casey through the chicane, straight line initiation, left foot braking through the huge first part of the zone there. Brad with an awkward initiation, trying to keep up with Casey. Casey left foot braking, standing on the throttle, going through the touch and go. Hitting that area. Oh, Bradley is in the wall. Left side of his car is into the K-rail. Casey needs to shut it down before he gets over to Brad. Our buddy Brian is walking over to Brad right now to make sure that he is okay. We have our truck and safety team there. Looks like Brad seems to be doing okay. He is going to try and drive that car off of the track, but man, he took a lick. I hope he is all right. Yeah, as we're looking here at the replay, we're looking at Alan Boss going through the touch and go, and Bradley was just out of frame there. I don't know if he was just trying to sail it in there just a little too fast to try and keep up with Alan because of the horsepower difference, but he was definitely a little too deep into that area. Excuse me, I mean Casey, not Alan. Those cars, on a quick glance, they can mess you up real quick, so I apologize. Yeah, still want to just give a shout out here to these guys' sponsors once again. Really series of unfortunate events going on here so far in top 32.
One after another right now, Zach.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough out there, but hopefully we'll straighten up, get some good battles. But for Bradley Paauw, RX Performance, FabMac Industries, True North Tire, BMS Tuning, Clean Addicts, once again, Bradley came all the way from Waterford, Ontario, Canada.
The Great White North, Zach.
Yeah. And Casey Rodriguez, want to give a shout out as well to him from Fremont, Ohio. 7-liter LS in that 350Z. Driver number 069 because Casey Rodriguez, sponsored by FabMac Industries, Wilder Drift, and Race Treads. Obviously, if you've been around, once again, you know the Yeet Fleet boys. They've been around for a while now. Casey Rodriguez, teammates with Pro Spec driver Alan Boss. And absolutely just an animal behind the wheel of his car. Super consistent,
100%.
super aggressive everywhere.
For what it's worth, too, Zach, I want to make a note here. One of Casey's sponsors is Wilder Drift, and we know Andrew and we know Sarah Wilder, and they're taking the year off. We haven't seen them here in the Pro-Am in the competition, and I want to say, our hearts go out to you. I know you guys are taking the year off. We miss you guys. We hope everything's going good, and we hope to see you back here soon, for sure.
Yeah, Mr. Andrew Wilder got injured there, had to have some surgery, so get well soon, buddy. And just so you know, I don't know that anyone else has been paying attention, but your social media posts as of late are one of my sole forms of entertainment. Walking the
hilarious.
tire, absolutely best thing ever.
I think it is a little comical while we wait here. His wife, Sarah, great person, comical. They bring their dogs to the track like my wife, Sarah, and I do. And she calls her husband, Andrew, the silver fox because of his hair. I think that is comical, and I love it. All right, coming to the line right now is Andrew Faulk going against Nick Yanucci. Nick is traveling here from Vermilion, Ohio. He's driving the LS3 Mazda RX-8, driver number 008. Sponsors include Zeknova Tires. And for Andrew Faulk, he's traveling here from Carlton, Ohio in his LSE36 BMW, driver number 036. His sponsors include Total Loss Drift.
Yeah, and if you guys are paying attention to the last two rounds of the Great Lakes Pro-Am Series, Andrew Faulk at the end of the last event put on one of the most impressive chase runs on Andre Musienko I have seen out of any kind of lower horsepower guy so far.
I told you earlier, Zach, I'll tell you again, he's putting in 138%.
All right, and we're going to give the guys here out on the track a chance to make sure those K-rails are all straight, nothing's kind of sticking out, because the last thing you want to do is, come in there a little bit hot and try to drag the bumper down the K-rails and catch a corner, and next thing you know, you're kind of in the same situation as Paauw was.
We are off to a rough start here with our top 32 and our competitors. Here on your live screen, you can see one of our OG members here, our Mr. Matt Moncalian, who has hot-wired a forklift and trying to get it out of the way for competitors here. Try and speed things up for you guys.
All right, getting confirmation up here in the booth. Both Tom Snyder and Chad Anderson will be out for the remainder of the event. Both of those cars are damaged beyond being able to compete, which is super unfortunate for such, what seems to be kind of a small accident, but front end to rear end collision. I know that Tom Snyder is a rear radiator car, and Chad Anderson's whole front end looked to be a bit caved in there. So
yeah, again, Zach, high risk, high reward. These guys and these competitors, they are all competing for first place. Again, that is a $5,000 cash out prize or the winner of round 3. So, I mean, like I said, we are off to a rough start, but the energy is high, the ambition is high, the motivation is high. I understand why these guys are fighting so hard right now. Again, as we wait here to have Andrew and Nick Yanucci for this next round, we want to make a special thank you to our media and our cinematographers and our drone operators and prop productions for putting so much time and effort into providing this stream for all of our audience online and in person with multiple different angles, drone coverage. Again, thank you very much to Prop Productions for providing this feed.
all right, you can see there on the screen, Andrew Faulk and Nick Yanucci, both LS powered, two very, very different chassis, the RX-8 versus the E36. Andrew going to lead the way here. It looks good initiation there by Andrew Faulk. A whole bunch of left foot brake trying to keep that car settled. And like I was saying earlier, man, he is absolutely hauling it today. That car is moving. But Nick Yanucci doing a good job there in chase, trying to keep up. Andrew Faulk just keeping maybe a 2 to 3 car gap there as they come through the keyhole. Faulk one, maybe 2 tires out of the outside of the keyhole there as they come now transitioning through the touch and go and finishing it off. Yanucci actually goes 1 tire off on the inside of the track trying to make up ground, cutting that last corner very, very shallow. Big correction there in the chase. I mean, very, very good job by Andrew Faulk, other than that one little mistake there, dropping a tire out of the backside of the keyhole. But he has progressed so much as a driver. I know that he started driving with us when he was 14, 15 years old.
Brother, when I was 14 years old, I was just trying to learn how to kickflip, and this guy's out here driving an LS-powered BMW. That is impressive.
All right, we're going to give these guys a chance to reset the cones there in that keyhole and line these guys back up. Nick Yanucci going to lead the way here on the second half. Really interested to see what Faulk does in chase, because I don't think in practice I really got to see him chase that much. And obviously during top 32s, you only got to see him for a battle. So
here we see Nick leading Andrew through the chicane, heading into outer zone 1. A little bit of a slow start, straight line approach, grabbing a little bit of an e-brake. Andrew about 2.5 cars back. Nick just on the inside of outer zone 2 towards the end, transitioning through that touch and go. Andrew standing on the throttle, trying to keep up with them, pushing a tire off on the inside of the course, choked up, has to clutch kick heavily to try and get that BMW to catch back up to Nick, hitting that inner clip. Big transition, trying to hit both tires in the outer zone 3. Andrew doing what he can to keep up with Nick, but this is going to be a tough call for judges. There were clearly errors on both lead and chase from both drivers. So,
yeah, absolutely. But if you look through the keyhole there, Nick Yanucci was extremely shallow which I think might have ultimately led to Faulk having to kind of check up there behind him, expecting him to be outside. And you can see it here on the replay. They come through the touch and go, and Nick kind of rides that inside line with his front tire, never really gets out to the zone, and Faulk, trying to kind of anticipate him being outside and trying to make up some ground by cutting the line, ends up getting stuck, pinched there in the middle. So really interesting chase and lead here. I mean, Nick did a really good job on his initiation. It was a little bit awkward, but ultimately it was settled. It was where it needed to be, and just that keyhole is just rendering people struggling today.
And as the judges deliberate on who is going to advance, whether it be Nick Yanucci or Andrew Faulk or a one more time, pulling to the line now is Casey Rodriguez and Bradley Paauw. Bradley was able to drive his car back out on the track. We are hopeful that everything is squared away on Brad's car after making a pretty solid contact with the Jersey barrier. And on your screen here, it was not unanimous, but Andrew Faulk will be advancing over Nick Yanucci. There was only one more time vote, so Andrew Faulk will be advancing to the next round.
Yeah, kind of an interesting turn of events. You know, didn't really expect to see Paauw get the car back out here on track. It looked like a rough hit, but I mean, that car still has a front bumper on it, so maybe it wasn't as bad as it seemed, I guess.
Let's hope not, Zach. I mean, anytime you hit a K-rail, like I hit a K-rail in my car at Vibes last year, and it, depending on the angle on which you hit it, you can either ride up it and maybe you might bend a tow arm, or maybe you might bend like a tie rod or a control arm, depending. But the way he hit it, it looked like it was a solid impact, but apparently he drove it right back out here, so hopefully things are good.
All right, Bradley Paauw going to lead the way here for Casey Rodriguez. Casey has to know that he is at a massive advantage here, so how aggressive will he choose to be? A little bit of wavering there in the chase by Casey. I'm not sure if Bradley was maybe offline a little bit, but Brad, 2 tires off the outside of the first zone there as they come through the touch and go. A little bit shallow coming into the keyhole, does end up getting into that outside zone. Casey, extremely shallow, passes Brad Paauw as they come past that inner clip. And now you can see Casey Rodriguez going to finish it out in the lead.
What a series of events we have going on here in our top 32 battles, folks. And after deliberation here with our judges, they're saying that this pass is legal to do, considering that Brad was severely offline towards the end of that keyhole.
Yeah, so give you guys a chance to look at it here again on the replay. Casey Rodriguez tightens up the line, gets that inner clip, and just passes Brad Paauw. And I mean, you want to talk about insult to injury here. I mean, Paauw comes out, wrecks his car in the chase, and then gets passed, so that he ends up chasing again at the end of his own lead run.
And it was a unanimous decision here as Casey Rodriguez will be advancing on to the next round and beating Bradley Paauw. Brad, from the judges and the announcers up here in our booth, we do hope that everything's squared away with your car. Based off the heater you're leaving as you exit the chute, seems like things are all right. So better next round, sir.
All right, on the line there, you can see Jake Schuster and Josh Leatherbarrow. Leatherbarrow coming from Silver Creek, New York, in LS2 powered 135i driver number 247, sponsored by Grip Royal and LSE9X. And then Jacob Schuster on the other side of the line, coming from Hemlock, New York, in a 358 carbureted small block Chevy swapped E36. Driver number 487, sponsored by Durale, ISS Pro, Marion M. Decker Agency, Open Fender Racing, Racing for a Cure, Tribodyne Racing, Lubricants, Schwartz Crafts, Dirt and Beyond Graphics, Retro Motorsports USA, Prop Productions, Admin Media, Nathan Cell Photography, and 454 Media.
And out of the chicane, Josh Leatherbarrow is leading Jake Schuster into outer zone 1. A little bit of a wonky initiation from Josh. Looked like a double clutch in, handbrake initiation. Jake going pretty shallow, trying to keep up in that proximity here with Josh. Josh standing on the throttle through that touch and go. Jake is struggling to try and keep up with Josh. He's all over the place in the chase, sailing his car 4 off into the chase. Josh just needs to finish with a solid lead run here. Make sure he's hitting all the zones. Jake isn't in the picture right now. He's bus lengths behind Josh right now. Josh standing on the throttle into outer zone 3, trying to carry that momentum into the last inner clip. It looked like it was a little bit of a struggle for Jake there. So,
yeah, and there was as they were coming through that final turn, you could hear Jake's car in the background of Josh Leatherbarrow's car making a bit of a weird exhaust note. I'm not sure if maybe he dropped a cylinder and that's ultimately why he ended up losing all that ground, was because the car just simply wasn't running right.
For everything it's worth, Zach, I really hope there's nothing mechanically wrong with Jake's car, because he has put so much time and effort to get that car running, to get out here, especially with such a unique swap and a unique chassis. He's put so much time into that car.
All right, Jake's going to lead the way here. Quick little weight transfer there from Jake. Doesn't quite get initiated by the 3-2-1, so we'll see what the judges have to say about that. Now as he is coming through that first outside zone, he's a little bit shallow. Leatherbarrow leaving maybe a 1.5 car gap. Big correction there in the lead from Schuster. I have to assume that car is down on power. I watched him drive in practice, and he was, tires lit the whole way around the track. So really, really unfortunate there for Jake Schuster. I have to assume the car's not running right.
Something is definitely wrong, because Jake Schuster is doing a heck of a job in practice, putting on solid lead lines, putting down decent chases, just trying to figure out the keyhole here in part of this layout. And something has to be giving him a problem today. But you got to give credit where credit is due with Leatherbarrow chasing that. And maybe he understood in the chase that something was wrong with Schuster's car, and kind of gave him a little bit of a balance in between his proximity to try and understand that he either might rotate or straighten out. But as you can see on your screen here, Leatherbarrow will be advancing past onto the next round unanimously past Jake Schuster.
All right, on the line there, you have Alan Boss coming from Oak Harbor, Ohio. He is a Pro Spec driver out here driving Pro-Am with the boys. His sponsors are Fab Mac, Wilder Drift, Lake Erie Speedway, Kong Performance, Wegner Automotive, Extreme Graphics, and Koenig Wheels. And then we have Jake Moul on the other side, and that Turbo LS 135 sponsors Mako, Stage Wheels, Smile X, Death, Limiter Glove Co., and New School Vinyl coming from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania.
Alan in the lead of Jake, standing on the throttle, trying not to get too much of a deficit here with Jake. Jake standing right with Alan, going into outer zone 1, not giving him too much of a gap here. Maybe 1, maybe 2 cars. Alan with 2 tires into the zone, heading through the touch and go. Jake very shallow, all 4 tires off. Alan with 2 tires into the outer zone here, with a ton of angle hitting that inner clip. Jake just trying to keep that proximity, maybe dragging 1 tire off the course there through the inner clip 1. Big transition here from Alan, standing on the throttle, that LS-powered 350Z, carrying that momentum towards the last inner clip across the finish line. It looked like Jake was trying to do everything in his power to keep up with Alan, and through the touch and go, right before the touch and go, he went inside of the cones there and took all 4 tires, it looked like, off.
Yeah, and you'd have to assume that Jake's got a little bit of nerves coming into this one. This is a true kind of David and Goliath situation. Alan Boss, absolute veteran of the sport, is now a Pro Spec driver. That is his Pro Spec car. And Jake, as far as I know, I mean, this is his first time driving at this racetrack.
Yep.
Definitely probably his first time driving against Allen, I would assume.
Yes, that is 100% correct. This is Jake's first time here competing at our Great Lakes Pro-Am series. So, I mean, the cards weren't really stacked in Jake's favor here. Yes, he does have the power plant to try and keep up with Allen. Is the driver experience comparable? I mean, you're going against a pro-spec driver who is competing and all over the country. It's a tough call here.
All right, Jake going to get a chance to lead here. Alan Boss has to know that he has a pretty good advantage, so how aggressive will he be? Jake doing a very good job filling that first outside zone in the lead as they transition now through the touch and go. A little bit of a left foot brake there, just trying to get the car to rotate from Jake. Alan deals with it extremely well in the chase. Jake not quite getting into that outside zone there in the touch and go gives Alan all the space to get up really close to the side of the 135. Now as they come into that final outside zone, Alan just running the door in on the 135, and you can see the smoke just pouring off the back of the Z. Jake does manage to pull out maybe a one-car gap there at the end of that, but I just don't see it being enough.
That was probably, so far, what we've seen Lake Erie Speedway, that was by far the best chase that we have had today. As you can see on our replay, Alan Boss is a phenomenal driver, had correct transition timing, carrying through that touch and go, leaving door marks on that freshly painted BMW, carrying that proximity all the way back through the keyhole. Alan Boss, even though that his spotter can tell him at that point that he does not need to give that much pressure, and he's just like a microphone drop. Watch this. Alan, you don't need to put all that pressure on a new driver. You didn't need to push all that time, that whole lap, but let's see what the judges think. As you can see on your screen, Alan Boss will move on to the next round.
All right, and pulling up to the line now, you have Steve Ditis coming from Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. N54 powered 335i, driver number 024, sponsored by Distinct Drift. On the other side of the line, we have Eli Lucier coming from Laconia, New Hampshire. That is a turboed 5.3 CTS Cadillac, sponsored by Lucier Motorworks, Drift East Drift School, and Fuel Lab. All right, Steve's going to lead the way, and watching Steve in practice was something to behold. The amount of smoke that comes off the back of this 335 is intense. Eli, though, no slouch in the chase at all. Looks like a little bit of an over-rotation, though. Steve kind of out there by himself. Eli falling behind. They come through the keyhole. Whole bunch of angle there from Ditis, hitting that inside clip, coming back out through that touch and go now, transitioning past that inside clip, and going to finish it out with this big sweeper here on this outside zone. Eli trying to make up some ground there in the Cadillac and just not able to do it.
Yeah, I almost think that Eli might have got lost in that smoke. Like you said earlier, when we were watching Steve in practice, that thing is rolling smoke out of the back of that BMW. And I know, like, if you look at this replay, look at the amount of angle and the smoke that Steve is just bellowing off the back of that car. And then Eli is gone. It was like David Blaine was driving the BMW. He just made Eli disappear through the smoke, and then he just reappears towards the later half through the touch and go. So I understand that there was might have been a visual problem when with Eli being in the driver's seat there.
Yeah, and like you said earlier on there, with the amount of angle that Steve was carrying, to be able to hold that much speed and that much angle in chase, trying to match angle with Steve, has to be one hell of a challenge.
All right, as we see here, as Eli is leading Steve Ditis through the chicane into outer zone one with about a 3-car gap. Steve just maybe trying to hang back a little bit, knowing that Eli had a little bit of trouble in his chase. Eli coming out of outer zone 1, transitioning through the touch and go, entering the keyhole. A lot of angle, over rotating, two tires off in the outer zone there. Steve had to make a correction and try and chase up. There seems to be quite a bit of errors here on these leads and chases from Eli, unfortunately. I don't know if he's still battling a lot with some of the mechanical changes he made from rounds 2 and 1, but it seemed like he was struggling quite a bit in that lead and in the chase there, Zach.
Yeah, and that's pretty uncharacteristic there of Eli. He's, from what I've seen, just a couple rounds he's driven here, typically a very, very solid driver. And it looks like maybe just this layout kind of bit him coming through that keyhole there. I mean, that Cadillac's a lot of body to swing around. It might have just been too tight, too little, too late. And I know that is a turboed 5.3, so he either has to stay on the throttle or he's got to wait for the torque to come up to him. So
and as you see here on your screen, folks, Steve Ditis with a win over Eli Lucier, and he will be advancing to the next round.
Travis Baum, no. So you can see there on the line, you're going to have Troy Manners and Liam Scime. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But Troy Manners, absolutely no stranger to this series. He is a problem every single time he drives for everybody he drives against. He comes from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He's had the 1JS14 for as long as I can remember him driving. His driver number 109 sponsors Distinct Drift ACT clutches, XXR wheels, Fortunato, and Huey Brothers.
And I'm not saying that Liam is boxing out of his weight class here, but he is going against the reigning and defending 2024 Great Lakes Pro-Am champion here as Troy leads into outer zone 1. Liam just standing on the throttle, trying to keep up with that 1JS14. Tons of smoke billowing from Troy as he enters that touch and go. You can see him kind of throttling, keeping a good amount of throttle into that keyhole, hitting that perfect inner clip. Liam just trying to stay with him as much as he can on the outside of that touch and go on the way back. Manners standing on the throttle. A little bit of a left foot brake as he enters into outer zone 3. Liam just trying to, not get as much lost as he can in that smoke, as there's about a 5 to 6 car difference in between the two.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where I cannot express it enough. In drift, Troy's car is as fast as any other vehicle here. It is intense how much speed he can carry in that car. And I mean, that just comes from he's had that chassis for so long. He knows all the little tips and tricks, all the little, this and that. You can get a little bit of grip here, a little bit of grip there, and how to put it to the ground and make it work for him. And he is also an extremely capable chase driver. So I'd have to assume that he probably watched Liam in practice, and you have to kind of know what you're going up against. But I mean, in this situation, you're gonna have to push at least a little bit. Like, Liam didn't really make any mistakes. There was a pretty big gap, but ultimately it's how hard do you want to push, Troy?
Right. It's not like Liam was like 3 or 4 off in any of the zones. So like his spotter is probably, I know that a lot of spotters use like a number system, right, Zach? So like if they need to apply the pressure, they'll be like, you need to put a 5 up, like you need to put as much pressure on. This might be more like a 2 or a 3 kind of chase for Troy here.
All right, Liam going to lead the way here for Troy Manners. And I'm so interested to see how this plays out, because Troy, does he play it safe or does he just paint the doors black on that S14? You can see nice initiation there from Liam, maybe a little bit late, but he ultimately does get to angle, and Troy is pushing the pace just a little bit here, maybe a 1.5, 2-car gap, but staying nice and consistent in chase all the way through that first turn. Good transition there by Liam, gets out to the touch and go, maybe a tire in as they come now into the keyhole. Liam a little bit shallow, maybe 1 tire into that outside zone, does make it to that inner clip as they come back out through the touch and go and past that other inner clip, and Liam shuts it down and then reinitiates here into this final sweeper. So a really, really big correction there. Not really sure what happened. Have to assume maybe, you know, I bet I know what it was. I bet you have to upshift coming out of the keyhole into that last sweeper, and I bet he missed a shift.
Oh, very probable there. But see, even like in our replay, we'll show you on the back half of here of this layout. Troy is such a veteran driver. He saw the mistake and knew that Liam had to like either clutch kick or handbrake to reinitiate into outer zone 3. And as you can see in this replay, he just hangs back. He doesn't even reinitiate to follow Liam. He's just like, okay, yep, there was a critical error there on Liam in his lead. I'm just going to hang back and just try and skate past on this run. I don't know if that affects him negatively for not reinitiating in the chase. That'll be up to our judges, but you can tell that he just kind of went with the flow. On your screen here, Troy Manners' unanimous decision will advance over Liam's scheming.
All right, and then coming to the line now, we have Josh Dennis in the K24 powered 330i E46, coming from Fall River, Massachusetts, driver number 003, sponsored by Drift New England, ISC Suspension, Limited Glove Company, and Advanced Clutch Technology. On the other side of the line, Nick Johnson, coming from Gobles, Michigan, S550 Mustang, driver number 207, sponsored by Hometown Collision. I was watching Nick very closely in practice, and I will say that if he maintains his line that he was running in practice, he probably has the best line so far from the touch and go to the outside zone to the inner clip inside the keyhole. Josh Dennis going to lead the way first. Good initiation there from both drivers, maybe a 2.5 car gap. Nick trying to make up some ground, puts a bunch of angle in the car and cuts the line just a little bit. Really, really good job by Dennis as Nick shuts it down, over rotates there on transition coming into the touch and go. Dennis gonna go ahead and finish out the run. And that is another one of these, talking about extremely interesting cars. That is a Honda K24 powered BMW E46.
I know Josh. I've talked to him quite a bit. I mean, he's from the Nedco area. He lives out towards the Massachusetts area, and he knows all those guys like Team Power Up and what have you, and Limiter Glove Co. And he had some battles and tribulations in rounds 1 and 2. I knew that he had a Bosch throttle body. I believe it was a throttle body. You know, it went down. It was unfortunate he wasn't able to attend round 1. He drove from Erie, PA to Syracuse, New York to get a new throttle body and back to try and make it for round 2 the very next day. As you can see, Nick leading Josh Dennis in that BMW E46. Weight transfer initiation with Nick out front. Josh leaving about maybe 2.5 car distance. Nick with a ton of angle, standing on the left foot brake out of the outer zone of outer 1 through that touch and go. Josh, knowing that he doesn't need to apply a lot of pressure, is hanging back a little bit, hits one cone. Both cars are almost 4 off through that inner clip, back through the touch and go to the inner clip 2. Josh does not need to be applying this much pressure towards himself. He could just be hanging back, finishing up a nice solid chase. But Nick is standing on the throttle with a ton of angle, hitting that last inner clip across the finish line.
I mean, really unfortunate there for Nick, having that over rotation there in his chase, and then kind of going a little bit wide there through the keyhole, and ultimately that's going to play pretty harshly negative against him. Dennis there you can also see going off, but ultimately he's just following Nick's line. That's what you're supposed to do in the chase. And you can see on your screen there, Dennis does get the win over Nick Johnson. Those mistakes there in the chase, probably playing a lot of it. He spun out. Ultimately, that turns into a 0. And then in the lead, also going 4 tires off. Can't really hold it against Josh in the chase because he was just following a line. Wherever you take him is wherever he's supposed to go. So congratulations to Josh Dennis there, moving on. And on your screen there, returning from the top 32 seating bracket is Paul Robinson, coming all the way from Detroit in the LS3 powered E46, driver number 012, sponsored by 11 Tenths Motorsports, Porter's Performance, and Brady's Bakery. And on the other side of the line, you know, the Goliath in the room, Dirk Stratton, hometown Salem, Ohio, Lingenfelder 454 powered Corvette, driver number 033, sponsors Lingenfelder Engineering, Stratton Chevrolet, Fortunato, FDF Race Shop, True Fiber, Oracle Lighting, and Bellino Tire.
Zach, you might need to speak up a little bit. I can't really hear you over the amount of idle, the sound and the idle of Dirk's car is putting on grid from here.
Yeah, tech in cars today, and Dirk Stratton rolls through in his car at idle. It shakes the tech booth. So really, really interesting car, and that Lingenfelder 454, man, it's a behemoth of an engine.
I mean, that's not an exaggeration, folks. Like, the building shakes in the tech barn. It's almost an insurance liability at this point. And Dirk in the lead of Paul Robinson through the chicane, standing on the throttle, trying to get as many cars of gap as he can into outer zone 1. A little bit of wavering in the chase from Paul. Dirk with a left foot brake in outer zone 1, flying through the touch and go as he enters into the shutdown area of the keyhole. 2 tires off, going a little wide, hitting that inner clip. Solid transition. Paul staying right with him, choked up a little bit, needs the clutch kick and get, the power going to the rear wheels to get him back into the chase. Dirk into outer zone 3, tons of smoke coming out of the back of the vat, hitting the inner clip across the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Dirk Stratton, phenomenal job there. Phenomenal job there in the lead. Hits all the marks right where he needs to be, with the exception of right here on the replay. He comes to this outside zone. You can see 2 tires off there on the outside of the zone. Paul Robinson doing his best in chase just to keep up. And then right here, Paul checks up quite a bit, puts some angle in the car, trying to avoid some collision, and ultimately it just renders him probably like a 6 to 7 car gap there that he's not able to make up in that final sweeper.
As we see here, Paul going through the chicane, leading Dirk in that Lingenfelder vat into outer zone 1. Paul with both tires in the outer zone 1, leaving a little bit early. Dirk not giving him much room, keeping that pressure on Paul through the touch and go into outer 2, late into outer 2. Flames coming out of the back of Dirk's car, which is nothing out of the ordinary and definitely not new. Coming back through that touch and go, hitting inner clip 2, transitioning, foot on the gas pedal, little wide as he reinitiates. Paul is very wide. Dirk staying on trial and on track through the finish line as Paul kind of misinterprets that last outer zone and sails himself at least 2 lanes up into the bank.
All right, take a look here at this replay and see exactly what transpired coming into this final outside zone. Paul throws it out real wide, and Dirk chases him right on out there, and just ultimately Paul has to pull out. Dirk Stratton is going to take a unanimous decision win over Paul Robinson. Congratulations, Dirk. Hard-fought battle by Paul Robinson. Wins the seating bracket, comes in, draws inarguably one of the hardest people to battle against for his first round. and he's going to send off the set of tires on the way out.
Let him loose, Paul. Let him loose. Zach, I'm not going to lie to you, brother. I'm pretty excited about this next battle coming up. Obviously, we all know about the internet beef between Henry Donahghue from Team GOAT and Dylan Weber in that V8, supercharged V8, 4.6 Viper Green Mustang.
All right, give a quick shout out to these guys. Henry Donahghue coming from Buffalo, New York, 414 cubic inch stroker, E46 LS. Sponsors We Care, Home Care, Goon Squad, Big Indian Drift Pit, NRG Innovations, Continental Transmissions, West Seneca, and Spooling Up Performance. Dylan Weber going to lead the way here through this first outside zone. I know this is a heated battle on both sides. Dylan, I would call that a pretty good line through that first outside zone. Doesn't quite get all the way out there. Makes it through the touch and go now. Gets 2 tires into that outside zone. Gets into the inside clip. Henry Donahghue making up some cars there on him as they come through the keyhole. Coming now out of that touch and go and into the final outside zone. Dylan, a little bit slow transition there. Ends up like maybe 1 tire off as he transitions into the final outside zone and finishes off as he goes through that final inner clip.
I know, Zach, that there was a little bit of a struggle from Henry's camp here in the beginning stages of today. I know that yesterday he put a post in one of the group chats saying that he was having a power steering issue, it was a leak, and he came through and he trimmed the line, re-crimped the AN line, put it back together, and then what did he blow? 2 power steering pumps? Just 1 power steering pump? So he's been fighting tooth and nail all day trying to get that car rip-roaring ready to go. And Dylan, battling with Dylan is a phenomenal driver. We see him drive at our Mat Series events. We see him drive at other events. He's driven at US Air with his team. He's driven here all the time through comps. So it's nothing to bat his eye against. And that's a hard-fought competitor for sure.
Yeah, and while we're talking about Dylan Weber, just want to give him a shout-out. Coming from Silver Creek, New York. That is a 2003 Mustang GT. It is supercharged. Freshly, I believe, for this year. Driver number 007, sponsored by Synergy Race Development. And he wanted me to shout out, especially for this weekend, Fred Maybach, thank you for letting him borrow the truck, and Nico Brockta for letting him borrow the trailer.
Fred Maybach is one of our previous year's champions here. So first Pro-Am champion was Fred Maybach. So congrats, Fred. As we see here, Henry through the chicane, leading Dylan Weber into outer zone 1. Awkward initiation coming up from Henry. I don't know if it was a clutch in. He over-rotates very shallow, about a car and a half shallow into outer zone 1. Dylan just following Henry, just kind of hanging back through the touch and go. Henry has 2 tires in, then 2 tires out of the zone 2, missing inner clip 1. Dylan just following along, trying to keep a solid proximity, just trying to keep the same line as Henry. Henry transitions 1 tire off in the transition. Dylan giving him no room to breathe, putting that left front tire in the right rear quarter panel of Henry as they cross the finish line.
Yeah, and you can see that initiation by Henry ultimately doesn't actually get the car sideways inside of that 3-2-1 zone, so that is going to be a big deficit for him there in the lead. And Dylan Weber deals with it pretty good there in the chase, and then ultimately just kind of stays like 1.5, 2 cars away, basically the entire rest of the run. So interesting to see what the judges have to say about this one. There you go. On the screen, unanimous decision. We will send them again one more time from both of these guys. And I know that we played up that battle quite a bit, and I want to see it cleaned up because these guys have been going back and forth here for a while. All right, and pulling up to the line there, you can see Andrew Shorkey and Xander Nappy, 2 Corvettes, both C5s. I know that Shorkey's engine a little bit different than Xander Nappy's engine. There's a whole bunch of power underneath the hood of Andrew Shorkey's C5. Xander Nappy coming from Syracuse, New York, LS2 C5 Corvette, driver number 599, sponsored by Boost Factory. And Andrew Shorkey coming all the way from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And that is a Stroker LS3 under the hood of the Corvette, driver number 004, sponsors FabMac and FDF. And earlier we had talked about Xander Nappy has a 2JZ powered E36 that is not here, unfortunately. That at the last event he had a very, very serious mechanical failure in which his flywheel came detached and shot through his trans tunnel. So Shorkey going to lead the way first here. Big initiation there from Shorkey. Nappy, maybe 1.5, 2-car gap there between the two. Shorkey runs all that first outside zone. Fantastic job filling the first outside zone now. Big over rotation and big collision there between the two. Shorkey not able to make the transition there to the touch and go, and Xander not able to avoid that contact. And hopefully it doesn't look that bad from what I can see on the drone footage, but I'd have to assume that something in the front corner of Shorkey's car is not happy and something in that back corner. It looks almost like they might have hit wheel to wheel, so they might actually both be okay. They are both driving off the track. That is astounding.
I hope that looked worse than it actually was, because neither driver has pulled off the track just yet. The only concern that I would potentially have for that, Zach, based off of how they hit, would be a potential D-bead or maybe a bent control arm at most if it was wheel to wheel.
Yeah, and give Reichert a chance there to run around, take a look at Xander's car, make sure everything seems okay. Andrew Shorkey already went over and did a big burnout. Seems like his car's all right, so we might be able to just line these guys back up. Let's see what happens.
If they line back up without either of them using their competition timeout, Shorkey has to put the pressure on Xander in this last part of the battle here, because he is at a massive deficit going forward here. So he needs to put the pressure on.
And these guys are pulling back up to the line. They are saying we are just going to go with it. Full send, make sure everything looks happy, everything seems tight. Both of them said their cars are good, so this is a really interesting position for Shorkey to be in, because given the right opportunity on the right day, Shorkey is one of the scariest chase drivers here. I know that I've driven with him. I think everybody who's driven at Matt Siri at one point in time has driven with Andrew Shorkey.
And Xander is leading Shorkey into outer zone 1. Shorkey with about a 2-car difference, trying to maintain a closer proximity. Gaining proximity on Xander in the outer stages of outer zone 1. Solid transition through the touch and go. Xander getting a little bit more of a gap in between him and Shorkey that Shorkey would really attest to. A little bit of outside in the inner clip 1. Shorkey maintaining a solid proximity, pushing a little bit closer towards inner clip 2. Great transition timing by Shorkey into this outer zone 3, putting some pressure on Xander towards the last inner clip, towards the finish line. But will it be enough, Zach? That was too close to call for him on that last one. I think based off of the deficit from Shorkey and the spin in the lead, I think they're going to potentially have to lead with Xander here.
I was looking at the replay there, and we have a really, really good camera shot of that initiation. It looks like Xander might have actually initiated after the 3-2-1. So that will be something for the judges to definitely take a look at there. And he also did dip a tire onto the inside of that keyhole coming out of the touch and go. So a couple of mistakes there from Xander Nappy, but I don't think any of that really holds a candle to the over rotation there by Shorkey in the lead. And there you go. Xander Nappy unanimously moves on over Andrew Shorkey, which, I mean, kudos to Xander. I mean, he came out the last event, that's a absolutely terrifying mechanical failure. To have something like a flywheel come disconnected, go through your bell housing, find its way through your trans tunnel. It was stuck into the passenger side of the car. So really, really scary there. And obviously
Just imagine, like, what would your first thought be if that were to happen to you?
I hope I never have to have that thought.
I think we all hope that,
Yeah.
but I mean, like, I want to know what was going through Xander's head during that exact moment, like how terrifying that is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scariest situation possible. And I mean, obviously, like, SFI bell housings are a thing for a reason. So, and here you're going to have Dylan Weber going to be doing the one more time here against Henry Donahghue. Dylan initiates, maintains all of that first outside zone, fills it out pretty well, gets a tire into the zone all the way through, and then transitions here into that touch and go. Henry Donahghue leaving maybe a 2.5 car gap there as they come now into the keyhole. Dylan Weber gets out to that outside zone and then tightens it up, gets that inner clip, maybe gets a tire inside of it, but it's kind of a weird angle to see from up here as they transition now out through that touch and go to this final turn. And you can see just a whole bunch of angle there in Henry's car. He's cutting the line a bit, trying to make up some ground, and Dylan just maintains that nice arc all the way through that final outside zone.
Much better lead by Dylan that time for sure. I know Henry was chopping the line quite a bit, you know, trying to keep up with Dylan. It almost looks like Henry was very shallow in outer one, but he had a ton more angle than Dylan did, but Dylan was in the zone. So it was just a little bit of a struggle for Henry to try and keep up with Dylan throughout that touch and go, hitting that keyhole. He was pretty close in the keyhole here in outer two, so give credit where credit is due, you know?
Yeah, and that is one of those situations that is actually much harder than people think it is to be. I know that Henry Donahghue's car, being a 414, has a whole bunch of torque. It's got a bunch of power under the hood. And we all know that Dylan Weber's car, especially from knowing him and driving with him, that 4.6, even supercharged, is not by any means like a really, really fast car. So with him being at such a shallow angle and Henry being behind him, it's really, really hard to chase in a fast car if you have to like maintain low angle and slow the car down. It's much harder to rein in a fast car than it is to drive a slow car fast.
As we see here, Henry's leading Dylan into outer zone one. Dylan about one car back behind Henry. Henry is off the track a little bit in the last two rear tires, missing outer zone one. Dylan just trying to find a solid lead line to follow here through the touch and go. Henry dipped one tire off, and then 2 tires off, 3 tires off, and finally 4 tires off. And just, you know, he ended up checking out and calling it a loss, I believe, and just carries out towards the chute over there. But Dylan carries on, trying to get as much seat time as he can to figure this out, knowing that he is at a significant advantage moving towards the possible next round.
All right, you can see there on the screen, Dylan Weber is going to take the win over Henry Donahghue and move on.
While we wait for these next 2 competitors to enter here up towards the chicane, I want to give a massive shout out to Andrew Donaldson down there taking phenomenal photos. Big shout out to Valera. We love you, buddy. Keep doing great work. Your pictures and videos are turning out phenomenal this year, brother.
All right, and pulling up to the line now, we have Blake Doge coming from Mansville, Ohio. LS-powered, turbo LS-powered 240, driver number 3, sponsored by Optima Batteries, LRB Speed, Custom Trends, NIS Industries, Zek Nova Tires, and BRB Motorsports. On the other side of the fence, we have Eric Nanowix coming from Colchester, Connecticut, in the 5.2 Voodoo-powered Mustang. Driver number 020, sponsored by Rips Racing, Redline Oil, Paragon Pro, Gem Sport, ACT, and RTS.
Blake is leading Eric with a weight transfer initiation into outer zone one. Eric is a very aggressive driver. Blake sails it up the track, stays out of the way. Eric is completely by himself, going for a single lap by himself here. I don't know what happened. We were watching both of these guys in practice all day long. I know Blake was struggling a little bit with some clutch issues, so that might be a problem that he might be facing. But Eric is a very aggressive driver. He is known to put pressure on when pressure isn't really needed. So maybe as we listen to this Mustang towards the end of the run here, get a better sound for it.
Yeah, and Eric Nanowix's car is also, a really, really interesting build. That is a 5.2-liter Voodoo engine. That is not what comes in that car. That is what comes in the GT350, I believe. So you're talking high RPM, everything, all the torque, all the power. And if you look under the hood of that car, if you're here and you get the chance, it is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, it's flawless underneath the hood in there, man. He's put some time into that.
Yeah, you want to talk about a man whose mind's on safety of that engine? Every single bolt on that engine is 100% paint marked. Everything is absolutely torqued to spec.
That's right. That's right. You did say that last round. Yep. And it's nice too, because like round 2 wasn't that long ago, and I knew that Eric was having some dire problems with his transmission and input shaft. He would be driving down through here to initiate onto the bank, and you see him not looking at where he needs to initiate, but looking at his trans tunnel, trying to hammer that shifter into gear, and that was a struggle for him all weekend long.
All right, and Eric Nanowix now going to lead the way for Blake. See what Eric does on initiation. Quick initiation there, gets into drift before the end of that 3-2-1. You can just see the smoke rolling off the back of the Mustang. Blake trying to make up some ground there. See how he does coming through the smoke line into that touch and go, and he does check up just a little bit. Bit of a correction there. Aaron dips a tire off the inside of the track as they come into the keyhole, but does ultimately fill that outside zone and make the inner clip. Transitioning back through the touch and go past that inside clip and now to the final outside zone. Blake never really able to make up the ground here. It seems like Eric just kind of running away from him there all the way through that lap. And I have to assume that Blake's having some kind of issue with that car because being, turbo LS S14, it is kind of the ideal situation for having a seriously fast car.
Yeah, it almost looks like it was down on power or something.
Or, there's always the possibility that he's still, the clutch issue gremlins raising their heads again. All right, and on the screen there, you can see Eric Nanowix unanimously moves on over Blake Doge. And huge shout out to Blake. Really, really nice guy. Comes here to all the events, comes and hangs out at the Mad Series events. Really unfortunate there. I know that at the last event, he was saying that the clutch just flat out would not work. So he would leave the line in first, jam it in fifth, and run his entire lap in fifth gear.
Left the chat.
Yeah, so if there's any indication how much power that car makes, you just put it in fifth and forget about it.
I want to know what that's like. I put it in fifth. I'm not going anywhere. Brr. And we have here leading Elliot Rose's Moul Alderman, hometown from Diamondale, Michigan, driving a 2JZ 240SX, driver number 088. Sponsors include Threads and Laces Plus, Distinct Drift, Hometown Collision, and Lifted Media, and 660 Media. As he leads Elliot into Outer Zone 1, Elliot's standing on the throttle, trying to keep up with Mo with all that horsepower, running a little bit shallow as Mo exits Outer Zone 1. Solid transition, heading towards and through that touch and go. Tons of smoke hanging out from the back of Mo's car. Very shallow, big choke up from Elliot. Off track, 2 tires off by Mo as he hits the inner clip 2. Elliot trying to keep up a little bit as they enter into Outer Zone 3. Elliot very shallow, not as much angle, just trying to keep a solid proximity as we hit the last inner clip there, Zach.
Yeah, and Mo Alderman's one of my favorite cars out here. It's very, very pretty. It's 2J powered. It sounds amazing. But Mo, as a driver, is a bit of a wild card. I mean, when he is doing well, he is doing extremely well. But he does have his kind of like hiccup moments here and there. And it looks like today, I mean, he was on a heater all the way through that first outside zone there. And as you can see, they're coming through this touch and go. And right here, you can see the tires dip on the inside of the track, doesn't make it to that outside zone, but does end up reining it back in and trying to make up that line coming to that inside clip, and it just kind of chokes Elliot Rose out there. He's not able to kind of get into the side of Mo's car where he needs to be, and never really does recover. I mean, there's, 4 or 5 cars there.
I mean, I really do think, Zach, that Mo is going to have to put some pressure on Elliot here to make him bobble in the lead, because obviously we saw a couple tires off heading towards that keyhole. So Elliot may be at a possible little bit more of an advantage than Mo is right now.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it really depends on where they're going to side Faulk for that big check up there coming through the keyhole. But I'd have to assume, just based off Mo kind of having that shallow line and then throwing a bunch of angle at the car trying to get back to that inner clip, it ultimately is going to fall on Mo. But I am not a judge, so I don't get that to make that decision. Elliot, though, I mean, big checkup in the chase, but he ultimately had nowhere to go. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here on this debate. All right, Elliot Rose going to lead the way here. Elliot looked very, very good in practice and in that top 32. Ultimately doesn't initiate, shuts it down, and it looks like that is going to be all she wrote. I don't think there was a red flag there on the start, so.
Possibly an axle, Zach?
I mean, something had to happen. And I'd have to assume that car's got a fairly stout rear end, and it's got a full RTS quick change in it and the works back there, so. And
Mischief.
it really seems like it's working fine, so maybe he just missed a gear there on the run-up or something, but, you know, really kind of unfortunate there for Elliot Rose because he did look really, really good in practice and the top 32 bracket as well.
That lap, though, sounded angry.
Yeah, you can audibly hear the frustration coming through that final outside zone. All right, and on the screen there, you can see one more time between Mo Alderman and Elliot Rose. So talking to the judges here, that is a 0 on both leads. So these guys are going to get a chance to come back out, try it again, clean it up. And there on your screen, you can see in the 370Z, Brendan Gibson Freilley from Sandusky, Ohio, in the Nissan 370Z. As I said, driver number 099, sponsor Yeetworks and Gibson's Auto Solutions. And on the other side of the line, Colin Gillespie from right here in Northeast Pennsylvania, M50 Turbo BMW E46, driver number 219, sponsored by Landglide App, Report All, LGE Coachworks, and Team Dirty Work. Colin Gillespie, one of the usual suspects here at Lake Erie Speedway. Drives all the Mad Series events, has for years now, and notorious for taking full advantage of the Sunday Fun Day at Mad Series, where we do open drift basically all day long and just running hundreds and hundreds of laps at this track. and Colin going to lead the way here for Brendan Freilley. Freilley, I know to be in a basically stock 370Z, and Colin's car being anything but a stock E46. So really, really interesting battle here. Colin fills all of outside zone number 1, comes through that inner clip right out to the touch and go where he needs to be, but Gibson not letting him get away at all. Filling that outside zone there, coming through the keyhole, making it to the inner clip. And now this, I think, is where the separation might happen, but so far, Brendan not letting him get away as they come now through that final outside zone. Freilley in the 370Z able to make up some ground there. A little bit of a correction, but Colin Gillespie with an absolutely fantastic lead run, and Brandon behind him doing a fantastic job in that 370Z in the chase. This is another one where it'll be interesting to see what happens here with Freilley in the front in what should be a much slower car, but it did not seem like it at all when he was in the chase. And Colin going to have to deal with that horsepower difference there in the chase behind him because, like I said earlier, driving a fast car slow is much harder than driving a slow car fast. So really interesting turn of events here. Can't wait to see what happens. Just giving the guys down on track a chance to reset a couple of cones and make the lines a little bit more clear for the drivers here. And Brendan going to lead the way, gets off the line clean. Everything is good to go. Good initiation there, well within that 3-2-1, and then has a big, big correction there in that first outside zone. Colin Gillespie, though, tolerating it well and making the adjustments needed to stay on the door of that 370Z as they come through transition here into the touch and go and into the keyhole. Brendan fills all of that outside zone, making it back into that inner clip. Colin going a little bit wide there. Now as they come through the transition to this final outside zone, 3 or 4 car gap here between the two. Extremely good lead line there from Gibson Freilley in the 370Z. Colin Gillespie, maybe a 3 or 4 car gap there as they finish off the run. And there you go, Brendan proving that you do not need a ton of horsepower to come out here and compete. And I told him good luck earlier in the week while we were shooting messages back and forth about some sponsorship changes here on his sheet. And I told him good luck, and he said, thank you, I'm going to need it. Driving a stock 370Z against these guys is not easy, but, I mean, he's out here getting it done, and what can you say? That car looks like something that you could easily take, you know, on any public road, and nobody would have a word to say to you about it. There you go. Colin is going to move on over Brendan Freilley unanimously there. But, I mean, you can't say enough good things about Colin. Absolute sweetheart of a dude. Absolute monster of a driver. And I just want to congratulate Brendan once again for coming out here and competing as he's going to do a good burnout there for us as he goes off the track. And lined up now is that one more time between Moul, Alderman, and Elliot Rose.
As the lights extinguish, we see Moul Alderman leading Elliot Rose into the outer zone 1. Straight line initiation, handbrake, clutch in, handbrake initiation. A little shallow into outer zone 1, just not quite getting out there as Elliot is chasing him and dives in through that touch and go. A little bit of left foot brake, Moul getting all the way out there. carrying that momentum very nicely, just a bit outside, missing inner clip 1, Elliot very inside. Moul dipping 1 tire off, just outside of inner clip 2. Solid transition timing for Elliot, a little bit of clutch and handbrake, trying to keep that proximity as they enter into outer zone 3, carrying that momentum into the last inner clip. Solid chase by Elliot. It was a little finicky through the keyhole, though, with Mo's line, for sure.
Yeah, and it was kind of that same situation we saw in the first battle between these two, with Elliot kind of trying to pull that line way to the inside to get to that inner clip, and Moul running an outside line and ultimately not getting to the inner clip, and it doesn't really give Elliot anywhere to go. So I'd have to assume it ultimately lays on Moul for that, but at the same time, you would think if you're chasing, would it not be in your best interest to kind of match the line? So I'm not really sure if he was going for a pass there or what, but it does really look kind of awkward coming out of that keyhole with the way that those lines kind of interchange there. But you can see on the replay throughout that last corner, Elliot Rose just pushing Moul Alderman all the way through.
Yeah, it looked like Mo was just a touch outside in outer zone 3, too, dipping a tire off towards the entrance outer zone 3 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the night and throughout the day, as we were talking about in practice and the top 32 bracket, this keyhole, this kind of little wrap coming through the middle of the track here is proving to be quite a hectic spot for these guys. And Elliot Rose is going to lead the way here for Moul Alderman. Elliot, straight line initiation there, big clutch kick to get the car to angle as he's running a little bit shallow, but does ultimately get into that first outside zone. Moul Alderman doing everything he can to try and make up some ground there on Elliot as they come through this touch and go into the keyhole. Elliot gets immediately into that first outside zone, tightens up the line. A little bit wide there, the inner clip doesn't quite get into it now as they transition back through the touch and go and into this final corner. Still a 2.5, maybe 3 car gap there between the two. Moul Alderman not really able to make up the ground. Elliot just standing on all the way through that final turn, and you can hear, I have to assume at this point that Elliot is driving frustrated, and it really does look like it.
Oh, 100%. You know, we saw him leave the first battle and just on the limiter all the way around.
All right, you can see it there on the screen. Elliot Rose is going to move on over Moul Alderman here in the top 32.
With that win, though, Zach, I think the frustration may come down a little bit knowing that he's moving on to the next round.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those sports where, you know, cooler heads will prevail. Driving frustrated is one of those things that we've all done, driving mad. And you get in your car and all of a sudden all that mechanical sympathy is out the window and you're just beating on that poor thing. And it ultimately will come around to bite you inevitably.
Oh, for sure. And another thing you have to take into concepts here is it's starting to cool down, finally, right? So the track environment is changing. The grip levels are changing. These drivers are constantly changing their setups, whether that would be toe in the rear or, you know, lower air pressures or more dampening in their rear suspension setup to try and get them more grip, because it is gripping up a little bit more for these drivers.
Yeah, and like I said before, this is kind of an interesting track because you have 2 different track surfaces here. And coming through that middle, I mean, heaven forbid it rains and all the rubber laid down. It is wet glass. It is something hard to drive on. All right, we're going to take a short commercial break here to reset for top 16, and we will come back here with top 16 driver introductions to get it fired off.
Link ECU, let's get it!
We got the spiciest K-Series built.
Supercharged Ford Eliminator engine.
Oh, good old SR20. Link Monsoon is so rowdy.
Naturally aspirated, 1,000 horsepower, LS-based engine. And then we're going to add nitrous on top of it.
Running an S54 controlled by Link ECU. Link direct injection EcoBoost Fox body.
I actually put an FA24 in it.
B58, E46, Link ECU.
No matter what engine you have, it's a stock K24 or it's a 1,000-wheel 2J. Link ECU all day.
Lake Erie Speedway, welcome back, and we are going to go ahead and introduce our top 16 drivers moving into the next round of battles. First up, we have hailing from Toronto, Ontario, driving an Audi RS5 VR6, driver number 711, sponsored by TSH Auto, FCP Euro, Liquimali, and D&D Performance. Give it up for Andriy Musienko. And we want to give a special shout out here are the Umbrella Girls that are sponsored by Distinct Drift. Lake Erie Speedway, put your hands together for them as well. Hailing from Erie, Pennsylvania, driving a 5.3-liter 1995 240 SX. He is sponsored by Pizza Boy Metalworks, Poor Richard Cuts, Bruno Creative Solutions, LLC, A-Rod Speed Shop, The Mad Lad, Solo Garage, No Name Performance, and Team Vacation. Give it up for your very own Ben Bruno. From Fremont, Ohio, driving a 7-liter 350Z, driver number 069, sponsored by Fab Mac Industries, Wilder Drift, and Race Treads, Casey Rodriguez. From Carrollton, Ohio, driving an LS E36 BMW, driver number 36, sponsored by Total Loss Drift. Give it up for Andrew Faulk. From Silver Creek, New York, driving a 2009 LS2 135i, driver number 247, sponsored by Grip Royal and LSE 9X. Give it up for Josh Leatherbarrow. From Oak Harbor, Ohio, driving a 2003 LS9 Nissan 350Z, sponsored by Fab Mac Industries, Wilder Drift, Lake Erie Speedway, Kong Performance, Wagner Automotive, Extreme Graphics, and Koenig Wheels, driver number 480, Alan Boss. From Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania, driver number 24, driving his N54 335i BMW, sponsored by Distinct Drift. Lake Erie Speedway, put your hands together for Steve Ditis. From Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, driving a 1JZ S14, sponsored by Distinct Drift, ACT Clutches, XXR Wheels, Fortune Auto, and the Huey Brothers. Driver 109, your reigning and defending 2024 Great Lakes Pro-Am Drift Champion. Give it up for Troy Manners. Hailing from Fall River, Massachusetts, driving a K24 2004 BMW 330i, driver number 003, sponsored by Drift New England, ISC Suspension, Limiter Glove Company, Advanced Clutch Technology, Lake Erie Speedway. Give a round of applause for Josh Dennis. Hailing from Salem, Ohio, driving a Lingenfelter 454 LS7 Corvette, driver number 33, sponsored by Lingenfelter Performance, Stratton Chevrolet, Fortune Auto, FDF Race Shop, True Fiber, Oracle Lighting, and Valino Tire. Put your hands together for Dirk Stratton. Traveling all the way from Silver Creek, New York, driving a 2003 Mustang GT that's supercharged. Driver number 7, sponsored by Synergy Race Development, Fred Maybach for his truck, Nick Obrakta for his trailer. Give it up for Dylan Weber. All the way from Syracuse, New York, driving an LS2 Corvette. Driver number 599, sponsored by the Boost Factory. Put your hands together for Xander Nappy. All the way from Colchester, Connecticut, driving a 2006 5.2-liter Voodoo Mustang. Driver number 20, sponsored by Rips Racing, Redline Oil, Paragon Pro, Gem Sport, ACT, and RTS. Give it up for Eric Nanowix. From Northeast Pennsylvania, driving an M50 Turbo BMW E46. Driver number 219, sponsored by Land Glide app, Report All, LGE Coachworks, and Team Dirty Work. Put your hands together for Colin Gillespie. From Canton, Ohio, driving a supercharged LS FRS, sponsored by Rose Motorsport, Redline Oil, Vibrant Performance, and FabMac Industries. Put a round of applause for Elliot Rose. And that is your top 16 for round 3 of the Great Lakes Pro-Am Series. Put your hands together, Lake Erie Speedway.
All right, on the screen, you can see the layout. Just give you guys a quick rundown here of what exactly the judges are looking for. From the start line, you are to initiate on the 3-2-1s. There is a short outside zone number 1. You go through the sweeper to outside zone number 2 here at the end of the first corner. Transition, and you have inside clip. Outside zone 1, inside clip 1. Sorry, I missed one. Outside zone 2. And then as you come into the touch and go, there is another inside clip. Outside zone number 3 is the touch and go against the K-rails. Outside zone number 4 is the one that everyone's been struggling with here at the first turn of the keyhole. And then inside clip number 3 to get out. There is a touch and go on the way out. We want you as wide as you can possibly be coming out of that keyhole. And then there is an inner clip 4 to outside zone 5 to make that last sweeper. As you finish across the line, there is another inside clip. So that last corner seems to be one big sweeper, but it is ultimately a decreasing radius turn. You need to pull the line in as you come to the finish. All right, and on the line, first up, you have Andrei Musienko going against Ben Bruno. And talk about a David versus Goliath situation. The turbo VR6 power of Andrei Musienko against the cammed 5.3 power of Ben Bruno. And I don't know what Andrei's car makes for horsepower, but it is enough, to say the least.
Yeah, that Benny B guarantee might come faster than we had imagined here. I hope he can keep up with Andrei. Andrei's been putting on a heck of a show for the last 3 rounds here, so I'm all in for it. I'm hoping Ben can keep a solid proximity and match his angle, but it is going to be a tough challenge for him for sure.
Yeah, and this is another one of those situations too, though, where Andrei will inevitably have to chase Ben. Ben is notorious for a really, really clean lead line, so interesting to see what happens there. Andrei initiating. Really, really sketchy initiation there by Andrei, and Ben gets into the back of the Audi. Andrei checks up hard and ends up just kind of shutting it down, and Ben can't get out of the way.
Looks like significant damage to both vehicles. I'm not too sure how much damage it would cause to a full carbon Kevlar body, but I know Ben with his fiberglass front end, and hopefully it's not terrible, but that bumper is definitely under the car getting dragged quite along.
Yeah, and I know that Ben does have a bash bar on the front of that car, so hopefully it did kind of block away most of the damage. I don't see any fluids leaking. I know it's a front rad car, so he might have gotten away with it, but I mean, Ben's car just taking some damage today with that first hit from Bergner, and now this with Andrei, and you know, you just never want to see it. I mean, we all build these cars by hand. You never want to see somebody crash, and it looks like, I'm not sure if they're going to go back to the line or not. Andrei's got some parts hanging. Ben's obviously got to get that bumper out from underneath the car, so give these guys a chance to go back and assess the damage and figure out what they're going to do. All right, and you can see Brian down there talking to Ben. It looks like Ben may have been trying to get Brian to just go ahead and rip the bumper off the car, but Brian's telling him take it back in the pits and, you know, do it the right way.
Look at Brian, always looking out for our team, you know? It's like that bumper can't hold many more zip ties, brother. Just take it off in the pits.
Yeah, I really wish there was a way to get some insight to exactly what happened there. I mean, we've seen Andrei run that car, I mean, as hard as anyone runs their car, and it's never hiccuped, not once. So for that to just kind of, you know, no initiation, a little bit of a failure to launch, and then just absolutely shut it down. And you have to think Ben behind him is just, I mean, laying on it as hard as he can possibly go, because he knows full well that that car is not pound for pound going to keep up with Musienko's Audi. So
And that might be some of the reason why he had that contact, because for a split second, right, if Andre has a tough initiation or he bobbles and Ben clutches in and grabs the handbrake and then Andre takes off, Ben's never catching up. So Ben, I would almost say Ben he only had the one choice, but to stay in it and hope Andre, figured it out in the later part of that zone. But unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to agree with you, Darren. I know that if I was lined up and I was having to chase Andre right off the bat, I'm hanging back. I'm cutting the light. I'm doing everything I possibly can to try and make up ground. And maybe he misses a gear, misses the handbrake on initiation, whatever happens, and kind of has to straighten up a little bit. If you give him 4 or 5 cars, you're never getting it back. So
you're never going to catch him. And that's the tough part, too, because, for example, if I had to chase Andre, I'd be having to start in turn 2 over here and time the light the correct way.
Yeah, Casey Rodriguez here is going for a buy run, so we'll just be quiet and let you listen. All right, and while we wait for another group to come back for a battle, I just want to give a quick shout out again to the sponsors of the stream and of Great Lakes Pro-Am in general: Pro-A Services, Formula Drift, ECU Master USA, Drift, PA, Ohio, New York, and Distinct Drift. This is a really unique Pro-Am setup. I mean, the payouts here when it comes to Pro-Am are very, very high, so it brings out a lot of really, really elite drivers. And
Zach, why don't you go ahead and tell these fans again, how much are they paying for first place tonight?
$5,000.
$5,000. Wow.
And $10,000 total in contingency, so it pays out all the way down to 8th. I mean, so if you make it through your top 16 battle, you're at least getting something back.
Oh, 1,000%. Yep.
And on your screen there, you can see coming onto track Joshua Leatherbarrow and Andrew Faulk. Josh, this car kind of being, I don't want to say plagued with issues, but man, over the past couple of years, he has struggled hard to keep this thing working at, any kind of drivable space in my mind from what I've seen.
Absolutely. You're 100% right. Last year, and I would say, was it at the end of the last year and the year before last, he struggled so much with it. Breaking axles, missing events, having problems during events. You know what he does? Him and his team, they remove a supercharger off it, and it has been phenomenal to him since he's done that.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about simplicity, and I know that Josh Leatherbarrow's car is anything but simple to the layman looking at it. I mean, it's a BMW 1 Series with an LS under the hood. It's a dog box transmission, whole fancy rear end, all the works. But as a competition-level drift car, an NA V8 is about as simple as you're ever going to get. That would be like your barrier to entry. And then anything beyond that, you're just adding complexity to the car. And Josh, with the supercharger setup, when it ran great. It just never really got off the ground. Andrew Faulk going to lead the way. Good initiation, a whole lot of left foot brake there, real shallow coming to that first turn, but does make it to outside zone number 2 as they transition here into this inner clip and then out to this touch and go. Josh Leatherbarrow not really kind of pushing Andrew, but definitely not letting him get away either. Maybe a 1 or 2 car gap there as they come through the keyhole. Andrew Faulk opening up a little bit of a gap now as they come past that inner clip to this outside zone. Andrew Faulk a little bit shallow, maybe just dipping a tire into that zone, but does maintain the line all the way through, getting absolutely perfect on that final inner clip. And I mean, Leatherbarrow never really kind of pushed the pace there, but he was a nice consistent distance the entire time, and he did match angle, and he matched line well. So, I mean, good job by both drivers there.
100% correct, Zach. And again, you have to understand, like, this is the top 16. Now we're going to start to see some of that aggression starting to get a little bit more stronger, starting to be a little bit less assertive towards their driving styles, trying to push the boundaries of their proximity against each other. This is for a solid amount of money, again, Zach, you know, so like you have to understand that there is going to be pressure on these drivers. We're going to have to see who's going to come out tenfold here. As you see Josh pulling up to the line, Josh is going to be leading Andrew, waiting for the lights to go off and extinguish. Brian is there pointing at the drivers, making sure that they're good and rip-roaring, ready to go.
Yeah, I think that this layout actually kind of suits Leatherbarrow a little bit, just from knowing his kind of driving style and the way that he does things behind the wheel. Having the, you know, kind of like outside zone to inside zone, you're kind of pulling the line in. I know he has a bunch of grip in that car, so it might suit him pretty well.
Josh Leatherbarrow initiates into outer zone 1, leaving about a 2-car gap to Andrew Faulk into outer zone 2. Getting one tire outside of outer zone 2, exiting pretty early and ended up a little bit shallow, missing the inner clip too. Andrew diving in real close, giving Leatherbarrow a lot of pressure here into outer zone 4. Oh, he's stacked up, missed inner clip 2. Going back through the touch and go, hitting the inner clip, transitioning into outer zone 5. Andrew catching back up, left foot braking into Josh. He has to give him pressure, has to lay it on him as they come into the last inner clip across the finish line. Man, that keyhole is going to be a make or break for wins and losses tonight, Zach.
Yeah, it really does seem to be shaping up that way. I really want to take a look at the replay here and see exactly what happened through Andrew Faulk coming through that keyhole. I didn't think Josh's line was too far out that it could have caused like a big slip up there, or like Andrew kind of getting pinched out on his line or anything. But I think maybe he just gets a little bit overzealous here, and he's really trying to put pressure on Josh, and it ends up just kind of putting him in a weird spot. And it looks like just good old-fashioned over-rotation, trying to make up for that inner clip and get his line pulled back down to the inside of the track there.
Yeah, and he was at a small, like a little bit of a cross to bear, right? Because he was so shallow and inside, he's either going to go 2 off and hit through the cones, or he's going to have to straighten. You know, so like there's going to be a deficit there. Which one, you know, would have played out for him at that point?
All right, you can see the guys waiting down there just for the judges to make a decision here. Just a quick shout out once again to the sponsors of this series: Lake Erie Speedway, ProWay Services, Formula Drift, ECU Master USA, Drift Paauw, New York, Distinct Drift. These guys are competing in the season for a pro spec license, as well as a rather large contingency plan here to finish it out. ECU Master is kicking in a healthy discount to these guys at the end of the season as well. All right, and it is unanimous. Josh Leatherbarrow is going to be moving on over Andrew Faulk. And once again, I mean, just a shout out to Andrew Faulk. I mean, the kid's out here. He's younger than, I would say, probably all of us. And he is fighting hard. And that car, in practice, looked insanely good. He had perfect lines everywhere. And he is going to do a heater on his way out.
Burn it down, Andrew. Burn it down. And driving to the line now with the lights going on is Alan Boss. We are going to let the audience listen to this engine roar for his bye run. All right, well, if you need to have an error on a buy run is the best way you can have one.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that is what this sport is kind of all about, not errors necessarily, but just laying it down, hanging it out, burning the tires off the car, making it look as good as you can. And he didn't have to finish that run. So you guys got one full corner of Alan Boss just beating on a pro spec car.
Just a little bit of initiate, how you doing, with a side of no problems, you know?
You can see there on the screen as the camera pans along that back wall, Summit Racing, ProWay Services, Hallman Chevrolet, Marquette Savings Bank, Rocket 105, all the sponsors, Lake Erie Speedway, obviously, Afton Glowing Embers, and Safford Sand and Gravel Services. All right, coming back onto track now, we have the second half of that Ben Bruno, Andre Musienko battle. And I would have to assume that fault being put on Andre. Ben, all he really has to do here is just maintain a good lead lap. So interesting to see what happens. Can Ben take the pressure, hold it down, maintain that I guess calm. Just don't let the jitters get to you, yeah.
So he needs to be calm. He needs to put down a solid, good lead lap here, because if he does and he will advance to the next round, he also is buying himself more time to fix any potential issues that he may have from the accident.
All right, we have a good initiation there from Ben. A little bit of left foot brake as they make their way through this outside zone here, through the transition. Past that inner clip, Ben hits it perfectly to that outside zone, now into the keyhole. A little bit shallow, but ultimately does get out to that outside zone as he wraps it back into that inner clip. Andre shuts it down. All Ben has to do now is just finish the lap, and it looks like he is going to do that. So huge shout out to Ben Bruno. I know how much work he's put into that car over the past couple of months to get ready for this, and I'm sure he's got to be over the moon. And huge shout out to his wife. I know she's back there cheering him on, Emily. I know that she's happy to hear that as well. And finally, through all the trials, Ben gets, you know, the apple at the end there and the excited moment there. So congratulations to Ben. I think it's going to go his way. And there it is. You see Reichert on the screen pointing to Ben Bruno. It is unanimous. Ben will move on over Andre Musienko.
You know he's smiling just as big as he is in his driver photo in that helmet right now, for sure.
Yeah, I know that he's ecstatic about that. I mean, I know that in his mind he would want to win it on like a really hard-fought battle and to just come out on top. But, man, like, take the wins where you get them, and congratulations to him for moving on. And obviously, shout out to Andre Musienko. The guy's a powerhouse. Something wasn't working right in the car. That's the only way I can see that being the situation, especially with him kind of shutting it down in the first turn, and then obviously you see him shut it down there behind Ben.
Entering up to grid now is Troy Manners in his JZ S14, going against Josh Dennis in his K24 powered BMW E46. I don't know if there's a real massive power discrepancy here based off of the two completely different chassis and power plants. This is going to be, for lack of better terminology, this has potential to shape up to be a phenomenal barn burner.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that talking to Josh earlier on in the day about that car's finally running right and it's not giving him any problems. So hopefully he can really lean on it here, because I know he's going to have to against Troy.
He needs to be aggressive here, Zach. Troy Manners leading Josh Dennis. Big weight transfer initiation into outer zone 1. Josh sailing it in there, trying to put pressure on Troy. A lot of smoke rolling off of the back of Troy's car into outer zone 2. Josh about 2, maybe a car and a half behind him. Late transition as Troy carries through the touch and go into outer zone 3, carrying that momentum into outer zone 4. Josh sailing it in there, trying to gain some proximity as Troy hits inner clip 2, sailing it towards inner clip 2, excuse me. Josh getting lost in the smoke a little bit, falling back as Troy hits outer zone 5, left foot braking, carrying that momentum all the way to the last inner clip across the finish line with about 5 or 6 cars in between Josh, Zach.
Yeah, and you can see in that last outside zone just how fast Troy's car is. I mean, they came into it with maybe 2 cars between them and finished with probably 6. Like, Troy's car in drift is just insanely fast. And I think ultimately that transition there, coming from outside, from this first outside sweeper into the touch and go that leads you into the keyhole. Josh just kind of had that sort of little bit weird timing there in transition. Didn't quite get like a smooth timed into like shooting up to the side of Troy Manners' car.
He was just a touch late into that transition going into the touch and go into outer zone 3 there.
Yeah, he kind of put some angle into the car just to give Troy room to rotate, and the next thing you know, there's 3-4 cars between you. And Josh Dennis going to get the chance to lead here as they leave the line. Good initiation there from Dennis in the lead. Troy leaving 4 or 5 cars between them there on initiation. Dennis fills all that zone, actually gets 1 tire outside of the zone there to finish it off as they come past this inside clip now into this outside zone that will lead you into the keyhole. Dennis's lead line looks absolutely fantastic so far. Doesn't quite get to that inside clip as they come now out to the touch and go and into this last transition. Dennis shuts it down.
Wow, what a save by Manners there.
Yeah, I mean, I jinxed Dennis. I said that he was finally, car was running right and he was able to lean on it, and something always has to happen, man. It's a series of unfortunate events for Josh.
Again, kudos to Manners. I mean, he's a vet behind the wheel. He can understand when cars are over-rotating or shutting it down, and that's a lot of car to slow down in a very short amount of time, and he was able to lock it down quick and avoid a contact.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest parts of this sport as you begin your, I guess, career and then move up and start building a faster and faster car and you start driving with faster and faster cars, accident avoidance is like #1 on the list of things. And you can see Troy Manners moves on over Josh Dennis. Huge shout out to him again, and Troy as well. All right, and pulling up to the line, we have probably one of the most horsepower, torque, whatever you want to call it, lopsided battles we've had all day. Dirk Stratton is going against Dylan Weber.
Are you saying that Dirk is going to have a hard time keeping up with Dylan?
No.
Oh, vice versa. Got it. Just so all of Lake Erie Speedway is understanding, we're all on the same page.
All right, and the lights are off, and Dirk going to lead the way here. Dirk initiates 2-3 cars between the two. Dylan not letting him get away, though, actually making up ground through that first corner. Cuts the line a little bit, but, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. A really, really tight transition actually ends up causing a little bit of a correction there by Dylan in the chase as they come now through this outside zone, through the keyhole to this inner clip. Beautiful line by Dirk, but Dylan Weber just dragging a tire on the side of that Corvette all the way through there as they transition now into this final outside zone. Dylan, I mean, kudos to him for not letting Dirk run away, and you can see Dirk just pulling out maybe a 2 or 3 car gap there to finish it off, but I mean, let's go.
Dylan will not be bullied. If you're looking at the replay here with us on the live stream, there is a massive power discrepancy between these two power plants of cars. Dylan did a phenomenal job keeping a solid proximity with Dirk. Now, we all understand, even the judges understand, that with that proximity and being able to stay that close, you are going to have to sacrifice angle. Dylan did a phenomenal job keeping up with Dirk on that chase.
And this comes back to the other side of that situation with Dirk has all the power, all the torque, all the speed, and he's got to stay behind Dylan. So as long as Dylan maintains a line, it's going to be probably harder for Dirk to chase Dylan than it was for Dylan to chase Dirk.
1,000%. I guarantee we're going to hear a lot of clutch and handbrake grabs for sure. As Dylan leaves the chicane here, flooring as much as he can as a straight line initiation into outer zone 2. Dirk with a lot of flames coming out of the back of his car. Dylan a little shallow into outer zone 2. Transitions slow through the outer zone 3, through that touch and go into outer zone 4. Dirk putting the pressure on, lots of fire coming out of the back of that Corvette. Dylan hitting the outer zone on the way back, hitting the inner clip 2. Transitions, maybe just a touch of tread off track there. Left foot braking into outer zone 5. Dirk giving him a solid chase run with giving him a solid chase run with the power difference. It's a tough task.
And if you guys are listening on the live stream and you can hear Dirk in that final corner, I mean, wide open throttle to let off to wide open throttle to let off the whole way through that final corner, and ultimately ends up pushing Dylan across the line. And I mean, what can you say? Dylan's might make 300 horsepower. I know Dirk's for a fact makes somewhere in the realm of 7. So, I mean, phenomenal job by Dylan. Dirk Stratton, obviously, super confident driver. The guy knows what he's doing, and he's out here to play. So, good job to both of these guys. And ultimately, not as easy of a decision as you would think. I mean, Dirk is going to get the win unanimously, but absolutely take nothing away from Dylan Weber there.
Lake Erie Speedway, put your hands together for Dylan, because that was one heck of a try going against. He's punching out of his weight class, and man, he was not going down without a fight. So kudos to Dylan. Good job, brother.
And I mean, congratulations to Dirk Stratton as well for getting the win. And just, I really think that this layout works really, really well for cars that make a whole bunch of torque, because that keyhole is not conducive to having to wait for like a turbo to spool, or if you have a low-powered car in general, you're really trying to dig out of that corner and make the car make forward grip and push you out. And, I mean, the Corvette's just built for it. All right, pulling up to the line now, you have Eric Nanowix in that 5.2 powered Ford Mustang going against Xander Nappy in the Corvette. Eric going to lead the way here. Good initiation by Eric in the lead. Xander falling back a little bit there on that run up to the first turn. Eric Nanowix not quite getting out to that zone to fill out that first corner now as they transition across that inner clip to that touch and go into the keyhole. Xander making up some ground there. Eric, once again, not quite getting out to that zone. He's a little shallow, but he does get that inner clip. Xander, it seems like every time that Eric really gets on it, Xander just can't maintain the pace as they come now through this final turn. Eric Nanowix not really able to open up a gap, but Xander at a significantly smaller amount of angle there to finish off the run, just trying to make up some ground.
Eric's car sounds so rowdy. I love watching him leave through the chicane. He gets a solid start out to outer zone 1 every time. All right, lights are on and lights are extinguished. Xander Nappy leading Eric Nanowix out to outer zone 1 with a straight line approach into outer zone 1. Very shallow off track for Xander, taking out a few cones. Might have messed up Eric into outer zone 2. Running pretty shallow behind Xander. Xander a tire off, hitting that inner clip, carrying that momentum through outer zone 3, missing outer zone 4, sailing it wide, barely missing inner clip 1, transitioning to try and get outer zone and inner clip 2, transitioning into outer zone 5. Eric putting on some solid pressure, keeping some very good proximity, left foot braking, both of them hitting the last inner clip across the finish line.
All right, just giving the judges a moment to deliberate here on this battle. Taking a look here at the YouTube live stream comments, and I see some typical suspects in there. I see the Pern Star, a.k.a. Tom Perner, is in there, as always, supporting the Eat Fleet boys. Travis Baum is in there as well, even though he would never admit it.
You see Taylor in there?
And I see Taylor Braun as well,
Did you hear what happened with Taylor
America's
this week?
hero. No, I did not hear what happened with
Taylor
Taylor.
Sent me a Snapchat earlier this week, and he was driving down the road. His subwoofer in his truck started on fire while he was driving his truck, and he takes out a gallon of water that he had in his truck, thankfully, and had to pour it all over his subwoofer, and it melted the box, the subwoofer, and his seat. So I'm glad Taylor is doing all right and nobody got hurt, but what a rowdy way to start your weekend, brother.
All right, you can see there on your screen, Eric Nanowix is going to take the win over Xander Nappy. Congratulations to Eric Nanowix. Moving on. And while you're talking about Taylor Braun there,
Yeah.
I love Taylor, and I'm glad that he's okay and everything's fine, but that is the most Taylor Braun thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, and that happened to him 2 weeks after being in the emergency room from crashing a pit bike. So his life is full of events right now. Here we see Colin Gillespie leading Elliot Rose. Brian's out there fixing the cones, making sure they don't keep knocking them over.
Yeah, this is another one that could be an extremely good battle between these two. Colin Gillespie, obviously a super solid driver. He comes to every event. Elliot Rose, this event has been doing as well as I've ever seen him drive, so huge shout out to Elliot as well.
And he's been ripping today for sure. Lights are on. Lights are extinguished. Elliot trying to get a little bit of a good jump, trying to keep that proximity into outer zone 1. Colin weight transfer initiation through outer zone 1, carrying that speed all the way out to outer zone 2. Just a touch shallow in the beginning, carrying both tires into outer zone 2. Elliot staying with them pretty good, almost a 2-car proximity through the touch and go. Elliot, sliding in there pretty close. A little bit of contact to the passenger door with the left front of Elliot Rose. Coming back through the keyhole, hitting inner clip 2. Elliot about 2 cars back, Transitioning into outer zone 5, a little bit shallow for Colin. Finally, he starts getting the hang of it and getting the last 2 tires towards the end of the zone, hitting inner clip 2 across the finish line, Zach.
Yeah, like I said, this has potential to be a very, very good battle between these two. These are very, I would say, equally powered cars and equally driven cars from what I've seen today. So, and you can see Elliot there just kind of nosing in and pushing Colin around that keyhole all the way through. Really interesting to see what happens now when we flip this around. Does Colin, I mean, you know his spotter's telling him, like, be aggressive. Like, you're going to have to do it.
He's just giving him the high school cheerleader chant right now. Be aggressive.
His spotter is his girlfriend, so I would hope so, yes.
I can see her clapping to the beat right now.
All right, it looks like we have a false start. Going to turn him around and try again. Someone hit a cone, so...
Big shout out for Aaron waving the red flag down there in front of ours. Aaron Lyon making sure these guys know before they initiate if they hit a cone or not. So big shout out, Aaron. Thank you very much.
All right, Elliot going to lead the way here. Straight line initiation, big clutch kick. Colin falling back just a little bit there. Elliot fills all of that second outside zone now as they come past this inner clip into the touch and go. Hits the inner clip, gets into the touch and go, gets into, almost into that first outside zone there in the keyhole. Doesn't quite get in, does not hit that inner clip. Colin trying to make up some ground there behind him. Now as they come to this final outside zone, Elliot not quite getting into it there in the beginning, but does find his way in towards the end of the zone as they come past that final inside clip. Good job on Colin there, making up some ground throughout that run.
Seemed like there was a little bit of confusion off the rip there because it almost looked like Elliot maybe rolled the light, didn't time it correctly, and maybe Colin thought so too, so he kind of hung back a little bit, and there was this everlasting gap in between both of these cars, and I think there was probably some miscommunication whether they were going to either have him restart the run or carry out the run. So we have to see what these judges think here, Zach. There's a little bit of deliberation up here with the judges. It has come to our attention that it is possible that Elliot had rolled or jumped the start light. So according to the rules, for those of you who don't know, as the lead driver, you are not authorized to move forward until the starting light is extinguished. As the chase driver, you are able to jump the light to try and gain as much proximity and closeness to the lead driver for your first initiation into outer zone 1. Because of Elliot's start, it is apparent that he jumped the light, which could potentially result in a redo or a 0, correct? So right now, that's what the judges are talking about. It might take a couple seconds, so just bear with us while we review the footage, make sure that we're following the correct rules, and we don't want to put anybody in a bad spot here.
Hey, LeBron, I see you in the chat there. Yes, yes, he is.
Washed up like a dirty pair of jeans on a washboard. Just hang out to dry, brother.
The NP says Travis needs a 1UZ. Again? Question mark?
Yeah, so clearly, again, there is a little bit of deliberation up here. We're trying to relay some information to the drivers to see how this is going to pan out for them. We believe that Elliot is going to have to lead Colin again without jumping the leg.
All right, so it is confirmed they will rerun this, and the lead driver is not allowed to be in motion until the lights are out, period.
And we see Elliot here leading Colin Gillespie into outer zone 1. Colin with a lot more proximity than the last run, carrying that momentum into outer zone 2, about a half a car back. Transitioning just a touch late, but carrying that momentum, keeping that proximity against Elliot into that touch and go. Putting some pressure on Elliot while he left foot brakes into outer zone 3. Hitting inner clip 1, transitioning into that touch and go again. Colin with a solid chase this time, hitting inner clip 2. Transitioning right on time into outer zone 5. A little bit of contact with Colin and Elliot as there is a fireball coming out of the hood of Colin's car. Maybe one tire off for Colin towards that last inner clip, but much better from Colin that time. And like I said before, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication between the flagman and Colin, wondering if he was going to chase or if it was going to be a redo. That's why there were so many car lengths in between those two. As you can see, with a good start, good proper run up, Colin was way closer than he was on his first run.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I had assumed before we started this was Colin knowing that they're basically equal coming into the second half of this battle. There wasn't really like a definitive mistake made in the first half, that he was going to have to push hard, and just kind of that strange start there by Elliot, kind of rolling before the line, but not necessarily before the light went out. Probably was extremely confusing.
All right, so we have the side-by-side up here, Zach. It looks like the judges are going to have a little bit more of a tougher time trying to figure out who the victor is here.
All right, you can see from that top-down view just how much closer Colin Gillespie was coming into that keyhole. Yeah, so I would probably give it to Elliot on the start there. He was much closer to Colin on initiation. And then Colin ultimately through the center of the track was much closer to Elliot in his chase. And I think finishing out the runs, they were almost equal, maybe a little bit more of a gap there for Elliot behind Colin.
Yeah, Zach, this is turning out to be a little bit more difficult for the judges than we anticipated.
I mean, yeah, ultimately I figured when these two pulled up it was going to be a bit of a hard decision to make, and it is proving to be that.
Yeah, Colin had a much better chase that last run before Elliot jumped. He had a solid lead in the run two. You can see there was a little bit of waiver here towards the last keyhole there, but it looks like we have a one more time. It looks like it is going to be a one more time, folks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those watching on the live stream, we are going to take a short commercial break. Go and refill your drinks, maybe grab a snack from the fridge, and be back here within maybe, what, five minutes? 5 minutes, and we'll continue on.
Link ECU, let's get it. We got the spiciest K-Series built.
Supercharged Ford Eliminator engine.
Oh, good old SR20 Blink Monsoon is so rowdy.
Naturally aspirated, 1,000 horsepower, LS-based engine. And then we're going to add nitrous on top of it.
Running an S54 controlled by Link ECU. Link direct injection EcoBoost Fox body.
I actually put an FA24 in it.
B58, E46, Link ECU.
No matter what engine you have, it's a stock K24 or it's a 1,000-wheel 2J. Link ECU all day.
You can see there on the screen, the bracket is up on the live stream. And moving into our top 8, we have Ben Bruno going to go against Casey Rodriguez, Josh Leatherbarrow going to go against Alan Boss, Troy Manners and Dirk Stratton going against each other.
That's going to be a good one.
And then the winner of the Elliot Rose, Colin Gillespie, one more time is going to have to battle Eric Nanowix.
We got some heavy hitters out there.
Yeah, Ben and Casey's going to be a good one. I mean, Josh and Alan's going to be a good one. Troy and Dirk is the one that I'm eager to see.
Based off of this bracket, there is potential to have an all yeet battle coming up. That is a possibility.
Yeah, if Casey Rodriguez takes it over Ben and Alan Boss takes over Josh Leatherbarrow, we are going to have an all yeet fleet Final Four on the left side of the bracket.
The yeet do be fleeting. And for those who are watching on our live stream, feel free to head on over to our the Lake Erie Speedway at www.lakeeriespeedway.com's website. There you are able to see all of the upcoming events being handled at Lake Erie Speedway. I have the schedule here. At www.lakeeriespeedway.com. Information here, the bubble run has been postponed. So coming up, the next event shown here will be July 25th, 26th, 27th for Drift Paauw's 3-day Summer Drift Mat Series, followed by August 2nd would be the Great Lakes Wine Festival and Steak Cook-Off Competition. Count me in for that. August 9th, Crash-Rama. I want to drive a bus in the worst way. I want to drive a bus in the worst way. Let's see. August 16th, we have the 814 Takeover. August 23rd is Lights Fest, followed by August 29th, 30th, and the 31st is our Fall Drift Mat Series. So, I mean, we have 2 3-day drift events coming up within a month of each other, man. Zach, I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about Mat Series as a whole. If you've never been to one, come to one. It is a different animal entirely. If you're here spectating, if you're at home spectating the Pro-Am is cool. Competition is awesome. We all love it. But there is something about a Mat Series event that is a different vibe.
It's a different animal, man. Out here during your Pro-Am contest, like, you have 2 cars on the track at all times. When you come to a Math Series event, when you're watching B group and or A group with their tandems, there are trains that are hit or miss 7 cars deep at a time.
Definitely 7.
Only 7. 7.
Yeah, and if you're a new driver and you're not sure about it, come out anyway. We have 3 groups. You can run C group, which is basically just guys getting started. B group's a little bit more, just intermediate, a little bit more skill. And then A is just full-blown, trust everyone, run with everyone. So here you have Colin Gillespie throwing it in. Elliot Rose gets a little bit overzealous there on the initiation, ends up putting into the back of Colin's car. Colin straightens out, makes a correction, and continues on.
Looked like there was a pretty decent amount of contact there from Elliot hitting the back quarter, the back tire of Colin. So I don't know if they're just finishing this run up as almost like a test lap at that point. I mean, they both straightened pretty bad for over a second in that for like the outer zone 2 area. So I don't know if this is just like a test for them to figure out if there's much damage or not, but we'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a scarier hit for Elliot than it is for Colin, because Elliot's front wheel went into the rear wheel of Colin. You can see, I mean, it moves Colin's car. Kind of surprised that nothing broke on the front end of Elliot's car with that collision. But they are going to line back up. They are going to go for it. So both drivers finished out that lap, tested out the car, tested the waters a little bit. Everything seems to be all right. So we're going to line them back up, and Elliot Rose is going to lead the way now. Colin has to know. I don't know. What do you say as a spotter in this situation, Darren? Do you say, I think you're at an advantage, or maybe not, or?
It's really a tough call, right? So like, it all depends on how the judges view it. It could be like, was Colin on throttle when he needed to be? Was Elliot a little bit overzealous? But Colin not giving Elliot a lot of room here on the initiation as they carry that momentum out into outer zone 2. Colin about a car and a half behind Elliot, standing on the throttle. Tons of smoke billowing off the back of Elliot's car. Colin staying pretty reserved, not trying to push it too much. He thinks that, he probably has a little bit of an advantage here as they come back through the other side of the keyhole, through the touch and go, hitting inner clip 2, leaving a solid lead run as Elliot, as he enters into outer zone 5, left foot braking, just a little shallow in outer zone 5, trying to shallow up a little bit to hit the last inner clip with the Colin, carrying maybe 1 tire off the track at the end of the track there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting situation because there is things that can happen on initiation. Like, for example, if you slow down too much, like obviously there's going to be a little bit of a momentum loss there, especially if you're doing a handbrake initiation. The car will lose speed. But if it is deemed excessive, then you can be held at fault for the contact.
Yes. So if you look at the side-by-side here, the judges are deliberating on who was at fault for the contact. Now, we do know that in Colin's chase run, he played it probably a little bit, conservative. Didn't want to, give too much pressure to, I would say, throw away a possible advantage. But you want to look at run 2 on your screen here. That was Colin on throttle when he needed to be on throttle? Was Elliot, was he overzealous and initiated too fast and too hard? So it's up to the judges at this point, Zach.
Yeah, and I mean, that also brings up another thing that I don't think we've talked about yet tonight. Not that I think this is that situation at all. I think Colin 100% was active in his chase. But there is another rule in the bylaws for competitive drifting that is, if you are chasing and the guy in front of you is running a lead, everything's good, there was no weird anything, and you're just simply too far away, regardless of whether you're online, regardless of whether you're maintaining angle, you can still be deemed inactive in the chase.
Yes, but
because
you're saying
ultimately,
like bus lengths, right?
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
It has to be a substantial distance. I would not say that Colin is inactive at all in his chase. He's maybe 3 cars back, and that's something that can happen in any run. That's not necessarily like a you weren't trying kind of thing.
Yeah, like I said, he was just probably playing it a little bit more conservative. I mean, it almost comes down to a strategy point at this point, right? So, like, I wouldn't say he's punching out of his weight class, but like there could potentially be a pretty substantial horsepower difference. So if there is any advantage that he can take, he's going to take it.
Yeah, and that also comes down into the conversation of, like I said earlier, that drifting competitively turns into like a battle of attrition. Like, we are only in top 16. You still have 8, 4, 2. Like, so if you win, you have a potential for 3 more battles.
And more money.
Yeah, I mean, so how aggressive do you want to be? Because if you end up damaging the car and you can't continue, well, that's just it. That's your weekend.
Right. And trust me, like, you know as well as I do. Well, maybe not so much me because my tires are only $50 a pop. But like these guys out here, they're spending tons of money on tires, fuel, fuel to get out here. Like I said with Josh Dennis, right? So he has such a long trek. Every position matters for him in his turnaround of income.
Yeah, I mean, that's another rule, too, that we could bring up as well while we're just kind of running you guys through what all goes into this. There is a tire width limit that we are running here tonight as well for these guys. And it's kind of one of those things where if you're given the headroom to make this tire, quote-unquote, work for you, most of these guys will push that limit as absolutely far as they can go. So you're talking like $200 plus for a good sticky tire for the back of these cars.
Hands down.
And I mean, these guys will probably get multiple laps out of these cars, but once you move up to the next level of drifting, which I would call pro spec, you get 2 laps out of a set of rear tires if you're extremely lucky.
Absolutely. And as you can see there, Colin Gillespie will get the win over Elliot Rose, and he will be moving on to the next round. Congratulations to Colin Gillespie. So after talking with the judges, to give you, the audience, a little bit more clarity, based off of what the judges have seen, they said that Elliot didn't initiate on time on his lead run, and he was deemed at fault for the contact with Colin. So Colin ends up getting the win.
And this is a battle here that, I mean, you want to talk about a horsepower disadvantage. I know they're both V8 cars. They both sound really angry, but Ben's car's a 5.3. I mean, that's a truck motor. It's got a cam, and that's it. Cam and long tube headers. And Casey's car is not that, to say the least.
Not that. Lights are on. And lights are extinguished as the Benny B guarantee leads Casey into outer zone 1. Casey with a solid chase, putting proximity on Ben, leading some pressure. Ben just a touch shallow into outer zone 2. Solid transition timing as they reach outer zone 3 through that touch and go. Ben keeping it nice and steady, shallow, missing outer zone 4. Casey right on his door as they're just outside of inner clip 1, back through the touch and go. Inner clip 2, phenomenal transition by Ben and heading into outer zone 5, both tires in the zone. Standing on the throttle, Casey right next to him on his quarter panel across the last inner clip across the finish line. That was a phenomenal chase by Casey for sure.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to downplay Ben at all, but I assume when we flip this around, knowing how fast Casey's car is, Ben is going to struggle to replicate that. So he is definitely going to have to work for it here in the chase.
But Ben is a workhorse behind the wheel, man. I'm not going to count him out just yet. Like, Ben has done some phenomenal chases in his, we'll say, quote, end quote, career of drifting. This guy has not been drifting for many, many, many years. He's only been drifting for, what, maybe 3, 4 at max, and he is a phenomenal chase driver. He chases Brian, who is our staff member out on grid right now. Brian has had, I would say, I don't know, 7, 8 door marks on his door just at a normal Matsuri event.
Yeah, Ben is a phenomenal chase driver, but man, that horsepower and torque deficit is going to play a role here, and you can see it right there on initiation. Ben 2, maybe 3 cars back, and not able to maintain the speed while at angle. So a little bit of a correction there for Ben in the chase. Casey Rodriguez doesn't really pull away. Ben's actually making up some ground here as they come into the keyhole. Ben pushing him through the keyhole just like Casey did to him, but can he maintain that proximity coming now out into this final turn? And Casey, I mean, just standing on it there. Ben, though, making up some ground, left foot braking, trying to stay with them as they come through that final turn. And like I said, man, Ben's car just might not have the wheel speed to maintain angle going that fast.
But he was not going to go down without a fight, Zach. He is a fighter.
I mean, absolutely. I take nothing away from either one of these drivers. Casey Rodriguez has been, I mean, just an absolute boogeyman when it comes to this series.
Oh, he's phenomenal.
Yeah, everyone who has to go against him has to be, at the very least, nervous that this could be your lunch money.
The thing that I love about Casey's driving is he is aggressive, right? There are drivers out there that are aggressive all the time. Like, there is no on-off switch. But Casey is such a veteran driver that he knows when he needs to be super aggressive and when he can kind of just relax and kind of just hit his zones. Our winner of that round was Casey Rodriguez, but Lake Erie Speedway, put your hands together and give a nice long applause for Benny in his burnout. Good for him.
All right, and here we have another Yeet Fleet member rolling up to the line, going against Josh Leatherbarrow. And this is another one that, I mean, if Josh's car is working right and everything seems to be going the way that it has been all day, this is not necessarily, you know, a slouch. Alan Boss, obviously prospect driver, super confident that his car that he drives all the time. Josh Leatherbarrow, though, I know that he recently did some work to that car, got it tuned. He said it is as fast as it has ever been. And Alan Boss going to lead the way. Good initiation there in the lead from Alan Boss. Leatherbarrow cutting the line a little bit, trying to make up some ground here as they come to this outside zone. And Leatherbarrow super shallow and ends up kind of pulling the ejection seat there and getting out of the way for Alan to transition. Alan making his way through that keyhole, hits the outside zone, cuts the line down in, gets that inner clip. And now Josh Leatherbarrow going to have to play some serious catch-up here in the second half of this run, as Alan going to transition into this final outside zone. You can see the brake lights light up. Alan Boss left foot braking his way through that final outside zone just to keep the car stable. And Leatherbarrow does make up some ground, but man, he had to cut a lot of that turn out to get there. So
yeah, he was 2 tires off there at the last of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's one of those things that this is another situation too, where obviously Alan's car is quite a bit faster than Josh's. So with Josh in the lead, if he puts down a nice solid lean, there's always the potential that Alan makes a mistake behind him. But I would have to assume at this point that Alan is at a pretty extreme advantage coming into the second half of this battle.
As we see here, Josh is leading Alan Boss into outer zone 1. Little shallow, 1 tire off as he enters, left foot braking. Both his rear tires are in the beginning half of the zone. Pretty shallow as he exits outer zone 2. Through that touch and go, carrying his momentum. Both rear tires in outer zone 3, missing outer zone 4. Trying to choke up, trying to hit that inner clip 1, outside of inner clip 1, going back through the touch and go, hitting inner clip 2. Alan just kind of moseying back there a little bit, trying not to lay on too much pressure for Josh into outer zone 5. Tons of smoke rolling off of both these cars as they try and shallow up and hit the last inner clip across the finish line.
All right, you can see there on the screen, Alan Boss takes it unanimously over Josh Leatherbarrow. Josh just not doing enough there in the chase ultimately.
Yeah, can you please explain to these fans why Dirk's sticker is the way it is?
Dirk Stratton is sponsored by Oracle Lighting. And Oracle Lighting, for a very short amount of time, made backlit vinyl stickers. And as far as I know, Dirk Stratton and Dean Carney are the only two that ended up getting one. And Dirk has the Stratton Chevrolet backlit custom LED sticker on his car.
I'm excited for this run, man.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, this is a finals run. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, Troy Manners being the defending champion, and Dirk Stratton, who's just always a powerhouse of a driver. I have to say that I do think that Troy Manners' car might be faster than Dirk's.
In drift or in a straight line?
In drift.
Gotcha. Do you think that Manners is going to pull like car lengths on Dirk to outer zone 1?
Absolutely not.
We're going to find out.
All right, with the delay here, we are just waiting for a couple of the drone pilots to swap batteries out real quick. While we're waiting, Troy Manners there in the S14.5. I would really like to know how long he has owned that chassis, because as long as I've known Troy as a driver, I'm pretty sure he's been driving the same car.
He had an S13 that he used, right? Started in an S13, I think.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, we are still waiting here for the drone pilots to get under control, but it sounds like they have solved the problems. And you can see the drone there making its way out. There it is, red dots. All right, Troy Manners is going to lead the way here on the first half of this battle. And I have to assume that Troy's got this car turned all the way up for this. And you can see just how fast these cars are in drift. These are two of the most powerful cars on the property, two of the best drivers on the property as well. And Dirk Stratton not letting him get away. Look at the smoke rolling off the back of both of these cars coming through the infield. Fantastic line by both drivers, making their way through that keyhole, hitting all the zones they need to. Now as they come to this inside clip, they're gonna have this last transition here to get into this final outside zone. Dirk brake checks just a little bit, transitions a little bit early, trying to jump to the door of the of Troy Manners' car, and backs off just a little bit, opens up like a 2.5, 3-car gap there to finish out the run.
God, what a lead by Troy, man. It is such a solid lead run. Good job.
Absolutely. Troy, I mean, he paints a beautiful line in the lead. Every single layout that we've thrown at these guys, Troy is always one of the first dudes to nail it down, and he's always one of the guys that's consistent all the way through the day, all night long. And I mean, it's a testament to exactly how far he's gone. He's won this series once, and he's doing extremely well this year as well.
All right, as we switch him around here, Dirk is going to lead Troy. Have Troy give a solid chase here. He needs a solid chase. Move on to the next round. Lights are on and lights are extinguished as they hit the throttle down. Dirk is leading Troy into outer zone 1. Weight transfer initiation. Troy with about 2-car difference heading into outer zone 2. A little bit shallow coming out to outer zone 2. Both rear tires for Dirk into outer zone 2. Left foot braking while he transitions into outer zone 3, past the touch and go. Troy with about a car and a half of proximity. Surging in a little bit, it has to clutch kick to get the car going again. Back through inner clip 1 to through the touch and go. Little shallow through inner clip 1. Dirk, with big fireballs coming out of the back of the Corvette, was maybe one tire off as he transitioned into outer zone 5. But just listen to that vet sing as they cross the finish line. Phenomenal.
Yeah, when Dirk's car has that little overrun burble when he lets off like that, the pop that comes out of the back of that car shakes the windows up here in the booth. It is a noise.
Those were pretty good runs. I do enjoy watching both of those two go at it and battle it out like that.
Yeah, and you can see Brian Reichert there clapping as he moves up to the cars, congratulating these guys. I mean, all of us, we're as much spectators and fans as we are drivers and employees here, and it's nobody dislikes seeing a really, really good battle. All right, giving you guys a chance to look at the side-by-side here, and it does look like Dirk is maintaining proximity and chase a little bit more than Troy Manor is making through the first half of this run.
Looked like he might have got lost a little bit in that smoke because he was just outside of that pocket that when he transitioned, he was just a touch late.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the smoke screen that both of these cars are putting up as they make their way through the track. It is, I mean, bordering on the side of absurd. All right, just giving the judges a moment here to look at these runs and attempt to make a decision. And this is one of those moments where I do not want to be them. And you can see it there. Dirk Stratton will be moving on over your defending champion, Troy Manners. Absolutely phenomenal job by both of these guys. Could not be more excited to watch them drive together.
Crowd was very excited for that call.
Yeah, there's one of those really interesting things. I mean, I've known Dirk for quite some time, and even since like way back in the day when he had an S13 that was like OD green primer, had a handbrake mounted to the roof and just like a basic 5.3 in it. His family has gone to essentially every single event that he drives, so they're always out here supporting him, and it's just, you know, it's really cool to see the whole family vibe. And here we have Eric Nanowix lining up with Colin Gillespie. Nanowix going to lead the way. Straight line initiation by Nanowix, but ultimately pushes the car very wide, 2, maybe even 3 tires off the back of that zone as they make their way into the keyhole now. Colin Gillespie trying to make up some distance. Eric Nanowix does get into that outside zone, tightens up the line, does dip a tire into that inner clip, through the touch and go now, transitioning to this inner clip, and then transitioning one more time into this final outside zone. Colin just not really able to make up the distance, it seems, as they make their way through the lap. And I mean, you can see the smoke difference coming off of these cars. Eric Nanowix just rolling the smoke screen the whole lap, and almost nothing coming off the back of Colin's car, which means he is using every bit of wheel speed that car has, trying to make up some ground.
I almost wonder that if Colin didn't pursue as tough as he needed to because of how many tires off Eric was in outer zone 2. Like I said earlier with Colin's run, he's a very strategic driver when it comes to this matter. Why push your car and put it in a position of risk if you know that he was 3 tires off? He can hang back, just kind of stay a little bit of a proximity, not over push it, and just kind of lead, a solid lead run here and hopefully come away with a win.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations where do you notice it in the moment? I mean, you'd have to, because obviously we're coming off of the apron and you feel yourself coming up onto the bank. You know full well that we are officially off track.
100%.
And I can probably relax a little bit on this chase and just try and stay close, but not necessarily like checkers or wreckers.
Right. And Colin's leading Eric Nanowix. Great shift, transfer initiation through outer zone 1. He was not shallow like Eric was as he's pushing it 2, but he's on the same exact line. 2 tires off, exits a little shallow, Eric trying to give him as much pressure as he possibly can as they hit outer zone 3. Sailing it in there, surging up next to Colin's door, filling outer zone 4, hitting inner clip 1. Big choke up of power there as they come back through the keyhole, hitting inner clip 2, transitioning to outer zone 5. Eric with a phenomenal match of the transition timing as they push it and trying to slow down their cars to hit that last inner clip across the finish line.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting transition there for Nanowix. He kind of transitioned a little bit early, trying to make up some ground there on Colin, and when he did, it worked. And he is a good enough driver to know that, like, this is going to be a collision if I don't do this right, but he committed to it, and Colin got on the power just in time to get out of the way there. Absolutely fantastic job by Nanowix there, coming out of that transition into that final big sweeper.
And like we were saying earlier with Eric, he is 100% go all the time. And that can bite him sometimes. For example, on his lead run, when he initiates and he sails it past the zone because he's go, go, go the whole time. So sometimes it can bite you. And on our screen here, you will see that Colin will be advancing to the next round. Congratulations to Colin. Good try, Eric. We will see you at the next round.
Yeah, and I think that what you were saying there about Nanowix kind of, I mean, he pushes that car hard every time he drives it, and you can see now he's going to do the burnout on the way out, obviously. The man likes to party. He drives hard every time he drives.
Very rowdy of a driver. In a good way. In a good way.
All right, on the line now, you have the all-yeet battle. Alan Boss taking on his teammate Casey Rodriguez. Alan going to lead the way here on the first half of this battle. These two guys have been driving together for as long as they have been driving, and Casey pushes it a little bit too far in, has to check up. Alan, though, on an absolutely fantastic lead line. Casey within a car all the way through that first turn. Now, coming into this keyhole, Alan Boss getting out to that outside zone right where he needs to be. And Casey, I believe that was front tire to front tire contact there, and it just spins the cars around. And it happens more often than not when you see guys getting this close. If you touch front tire to front tire, it just sends the car around.
It is never a dull moment watching these two drive together, ever.
No, I mean, this is the classic case of, like, these guys are buddies. They drive together every time they drive, with the exception of Alan Boss driving in Pro Spec, and even then Casey's there. So he gets to see everything. He knows everything that Alan does, and vice versa. So I have to assume now that even if Alan has an advantage coming into this, he's not going to give Casey breathing room.
Lights are on, lights are extinguished as Casey leads Alan Boss into outer zone 1 with a straight line initiation as Alan's going to have to give him some pressure here. Getting a little bit lost in the smoke just outside of the pocket in outer zone 2. Casey left foot braking as they transition to the outer zone 3. Alan is surging in on Casey, putting it real close to his passenger door with a little bit of bump and run. Just outside of inner clip 1, they transition back towards the keyhole, hitting inner clip 2. Alan staying right with them. Good transition timing. Just outside of the pocket, left foot braking in outer zone 5. Staying on the left foot brake. Tons of smoke rolling from both of these, and Alan went 4 off. Alan went 4 off right before the finish line. I do not know if that is going to affect the run or not. We have a plot twist, Lake Erie Speedway.
Yeah, and there was also it sounded like Alan clutch kicked, but I'm not sure that he did there at the end of that run because the car went to limiter, and I thought that he had clutch kicked because he started making up a whole bunch of ground on Casey really fast, and then it just kind of died on him, and it straightened out. So, I mean, you'd hate to see car problems at this point in time.
Those cars look good next to each other out there.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing because they're matching, quote unquote, but they are definitely not.
They're matching in opposite at the same time.
Yeah. And Casey's car's obviously got like the half and half going on, white one side, black on the other.
And Allen's is the same, but black, where Casey's is white. Yes. Want to give a big shout out to Brian there, standing out on grid, very stoic. You look great, Brian. Congrats.
All right, and while we wait here for the judges to make their decision on this battle, just want to give another quick shout out to the sponsors of the Great Lakes Pro-Am Series, ProWay Services, Formula Drift, ECU Master USA, Drift PA Ohio, New York, Distinct Drift. This is a top 32 competition payouts all the way down to 8th place. Overall winner for the season is going to get a 2026 Drift Pro Spec license, and I believe with that also comes a Link ECU. I know that Velocita Fire Suits has come on board as well as ECU Master, giving some discounts to the drivers out here because, I mean, none of this is cheap.
Those are the same. We're just giving the judges time to deliberate the situation. We know that there were a couple errors. Obviously, there was contact on the first run, and then if you look right at the end of Allen's chase run, right before the finish line, he went 4 off.
All right, you can see that on the screen. We are going to give these two another chance one more time between Alan Boss and Casey Rodriguez. Never a bad day to see these two drive together, and just give them a chance to clean it up. There was that contact there on the first run with Casey there in the chase, and then on the second run, there was obviously that issue that Alan had at the end, and that would net them another go. You can see there on the screen the overall drone shot of the Speedway. And, I mean, the magnitude of this racetrack from the top down looks impressive, to say the least. This is, I have nothing bad to say about the Speedway. Everything they do for us, everything there is. You can see the whole paddock space there. This seems almost empty to me compared to what we are used to, because we have been coming to these events for so long. Matt Series events, there will be cars stacked almost on top of each other.
Brother, it is a mess. Like, I try and get here as early as possible on Matt Series weekends. One, because we have to tech 187, 190 cars, which, one, we have like 4 or 5 people in the tech barn at sometimes when we have that many cars. But if you're coming to this track, like we'll say Saturday afternoon, or Friday night, it is so many trucks, so many trailers. There's people backing in and out. Sometimes it's a headache, you know. So the earlier you get here for the Matt Series events, the better off you are.
All right, it looks like coming out on the grid there, you can see on the drone footage, we're going to have Dirk Stratton versus Colin Gillespie. And this this has potential to be a barn burner.
A barn burner, folks.
Looks like Dirk Stratton going to lead the way first half of this battle. I would have to imagine if you were in Colin's seat right now, push is the only thing on your mind.
Oh, yeah, he cannot afford to check up at this point. If he thinks he's going to hit Dirk, he needs to stay in it at that point. It looks like Colin's standing on grid, like he's lined up a little bit farther back. He's going to try and time it on the light.
All right, Dirk Stratton going to lead the way here. Pulls out an immediate 3-car gap there coming into initiation. Colin Gillespie cuts the line a little bit, trying to make up some room. And you can see just the fire coming out of the back of the vet. Every time Dirk lets off, that thing is set to kill. As they come now through that touch and go into the keyhole, Dirk absolutely paints a perfect line coming in through there, hits the outside zone, hits the inner clip. Colin Gillespie doing everything he can there in the chase, just trying to make up some ground anywhere he can. And this transition will tell the tale here. Does Colin make up some ground? And it looks like he is not going to be able to. Dirk actually opening up a little bit more of a gap there to finish off the run. And you can see just how fast that Corvette is.
Colin did all he could. He wasn't out of the picture at all. I mean, yeah, at the end of outer zone 5 there, Dirk did pull a couple car lengths on him in drift, but Colin maintained I would say at least a 1.5 to 2 car gap the entire run.
I mean, absolutely. And what else can you ask for? I know that Dirk's car, all the torque in the world, it's going to leave the line hard. It's going to pull hard all the way down that front straight. Colin's car being a turbo car, he's going to have to wait a little bit for that power to come on. And you can just see it. I mean, Dirk immediately pulled 3 cars on him and then maintained that all the way through the run. So this is another point of that. Does Dirk push?
Going to be tough, man. I think his spotter is telling him, just kind of be a little bit conservative here. But Colin, lights extinguished, will lead Dirk into outer zone 1 with a weight shift initiation. Dirk with big backfire coming out of the exhaust of the vat. Colin keeping about a 1.5 car gap in between him and Dirk. Both tires in the zone there. Dirk is on and off throttle. Solid transition from Colin, hitting outer zone 3 with both tires in the zone. Dirk pulling about maybe 3 or 4 feet away from Colin's passenger door. Colin hitting that inner clip perfectly, transitioning back through the keyhole, hitting inner clip 2, transitioning a little late towards outer zone 5. Tons of fire coming out of the back of that vet, just on and off the throttle, screaming when he stands on the gas pedal through that last inner clip across the finish line. Man, that car is rowdy, dude.
Yeah, it is. It is a beast, even just to stand next to it and listen to it idle. And I know that when he was here last time, he would just rev that car and it would shoot that fireball out and it would just shake the stadium.
That's incredible, man. Just how it screams when he's standing on it and how he's modulating the throttle on, off, like phenomenal driving.
All right, just giving the judges a moment here to make a decision between these two. All right, and you can see it there on your screen. Colin Gillespie gets the win over Dirk Stratton. Huge congratulations to Colin.
Congratulations to
Dirk.
Colin.
I mean, he has to be on cloud 9 right now.
Oh, I think anybody would be. Took down a monster. Based off of the judges' deliberations here, we're asked for a little bit of clarity. Colin's lead was phenomenal, were the words from the judges.
Yeah, so that is going to So right now we are just waiting on the one more time for Casey Rodriguez and Alan Boss, and the winner of that will go against Colin Gillespie in the final two. So hearing up here in the booth, it sounds like Alan Boss did have some damage that he incurred there and is not able to get his car fixed. So the final two will be Casey versus Colin Gillespie.
What a team.
Taking a look here at the YouTube live chat while we wait. I see a shout out to Darren in the booth. The other guy's doing well too. Well, that hurts my feelings.
I'll say with your chest.
All right, Casey Rodriguez going to do his buy run that would have been the battle with Alan Boss for the one more time. And then he will go back and we will get reset and he will run against Colin Gillespie after this. right, and there you have it. Casey Rodriguez lays down a heater of a solo run there to take care of his buy run, get out of the way, and then he will go back, I'm assuming, change out some tires, throw a new set of wheels on, come back out, and it will be him and Colin Gillespie for the finals.
Can I introduce
All right, you can see there on the screen how the bracket has played out thus far. You can see there that battle, Alan Boss and Dirk Stratton giving us our 3rd and 4th place finishers. Now just this final battle to go to get us our 1 and 2 between Colin and Casey Rodriguez. Both of these guys fought extremely hard today to get to the final 2, and I'm sure, I know that Alan Boss's mom is his spotter, and she's also kind of like the mother for the team, so she has to be over the moon that there's a potential for a Yeet to be in number 1, and there's a guaranteed 3rd for her boy. So congratulations to you guys. I can see her out there waving her arm. How you doing, Mama Boss? Just want to make another shout out here real quick while we wait. To the media peeps down there on the asphalt all day long. Thank you guys. Can't thank you enough. Love you all. And obviously to Prop Productions for putting on what I consider to be the Pro-Am live stream, of which all others will be compared to.
100%. And they did phenomenal work all day today. Drone operators, the feed operators. Rob sitting back here giving us small cues with Scott and Dave. Big shout out to these guys up here.
All right, you can see there on the screen as your final battle pulls onto track.
As you see here on your screen, Casey Rodriguez in the Nissan Z33 going against Colin Gillespie in the BMW E46. Lights are on and extinguished. Casey will lead Colin for the final time tonight. Straight line approach with about a 2-car gap for Casey Rodriguez into outer zone 2. Colin with about 2 cars behind Casey, trying to keep a solid proximity. Left foot braking for Casey into outer zone 3. Carrying that momentum into the outer zone 4, choking up, trying to hit that inner clip there in inner clip 1. Good transition from Casey. Left foot braking. Colin is about maybe 1.5 cars back as they hit inner clip 2. Solid transition. Left foot braking for Casey into outer zone 5. Colin trying to gain some proximity, putting that tire with a little bit of contact from Colin at the end of the layout. What a run.
And that is exactly what you want to see. I mean, this is the finals. Be aggressive. And you can see as soon as Colin got the chance there to sneak up on the side of Casey Rodriguez's car, he did exactly that. And as much as this is a competition, these guys are out here having fun, and that is one of those things that, man, does it feel good to be able to just kind of bump somebody's door like that?
I don't know, Zach. Usually I just use the whole front end of my car.
We try to avoid that.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, this is going to be really interesting because I'd have to assume that Casey is just going 4 broke. Everything it's got.
Yeah, Casey's going to be aggressive. He needs to be aggressive here for sure.
All right, the lights are off, and they're going to leave the line. Colin Gillespie going to lead the way here for Casey Rodriguez. Casey initiates 1 car behind Colin, half a car as they come to the end of this first outside zone. Transitioning now, trying to make it to this inner clip and out to the touch and go. Casey Rodriguez putting on all the pressure, and you can see just a little bit of wavering there, but it's because Casey is being so aggressive that he has nowhere to go and ends up big correction there. Colin makes the line work for him and gets out of that keyhole. And there you can see again, Colin goes to transition and hits the front wheel of Casey's car. Casey not giving him the room to make that transition where he should have.
What an exciting run, man. Casey was definitely aggressive. He needed to be aggressive. Colin was aggressive towards the later part of the layout. So Casey's like, you know what? I'm going to give you a run for your money for sure.
Yeah, I think that might have just been a case of, I mean, Casey was, we knew he was going to be aggressive. He had to be aggressive. It was the final chase of the night. You're going to put it all on the line, everything you got. And you can see there, just based off the front wheel of Colin Gillespie's car, I think that was tire-to-tire contact, so it probably just stopped Casey Rodriguez dead in his tracks there.
All right, we do have a decision. Lake Erie Speedway, make your way over towards the chute, towards the arch, so you can see the end of night burnouts once we announce our winner.
Yeah, the end of the night burnouts here at the Great Lakes Pro-Am Series are historic, to say the least.
And again, we want to make a massive thank you to ProWay Services, Formula Drift, ECU Master USA, the Drift Paauw organization, and Distinct Drift. And for those of you following on our live stream, we are just making sure that we have all of the correct view, all the correct judges' information, so we can declare this winner for you. So just hang tight with us so we can announce the winner of the Great Lakes Pro-Am Round 3. All right, Lake Erie Speedway. Let's have you point your attention towards the arch for the declaration of our victors this weekend. In third place from Oak Harbor, Ohio, driving a 2003 LS9 Nissan 350Z, sponsored by Fabmac Industries, Wilder Drift, Lake Erie Speedway, Kong Performance, Wagner Automotive, Extreme Graphics, Koenig Wheels, driver number 480. Put your hands together for third place, Alan Boss. And your winner for the round 3 of the Great Lakes Pro-Am Series, sponsored by ProWay Services, Formula Drift, ECU Master USA, Drift Paauw, and Distinct Drift. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner is Colin Gillespie. Colin is sponsored by Landglide App, Report All, LGE Coachworks, and Team Dirty Work. And in second place from Fremont, Ohio, driving the 7-liter 350Z, sponsored by Fabmac Industries, Wilder Drift, Race Treads, driver number 69. In second place for round 3, put your hands together for Casey Rodriguez. Ladies and gentlemen, at Lake Erie Speedway, we want to thank you very much for attending in person for round 3. If you are at home on the couch enjoying a cold wobble pop and some snacks, we want to thank you for watching the live stream. Please stay attentive and watch these 3 immaculate drivers show off their burnout skills under the Drift Paauw arch. Thank you very much, and you have a good night.